Address to Congress on Resigning His Commission by George Washington. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mr. President, the great events on which my resignation depended having at length taken place, I have now the honor of offering my sincere congratulations to Congress, and of presenting myself before them to surrender into their hands the trust committed to me, and to claim the indulgence of retiring from the service of my country. Happy in the confirmation of our independence and sovereignty, and pleased with the opportunity afforded the United States of becoming a respectable nation, I resign with satisfaction the appointment I accepted with diffidence. A diffidence in my abilities to accomplish so arduous a task, which however was superseded by a confidence in the rectitude of our cause, the support of the supreme power of the Union, and the patronage of heaven. The successful termination of the war has verified the most sanguine expectations, and my gratitude for the interposition of Providence, and the assistance I have received from my countrymen, increases with every review of the momentous conquest. While I repeat my obligations to the army in general, I should do injustice to my own feelings not to acknowledge in this place the peculiar services and distinguished merits of the gentlemen who have been attached to my person during the war. It was impossible the choice of confidential officers to compose my family should have been more fortunate. Permit me, sir, to recommend in particular those who have continued in service to the present moment as worthy of the favorable notice and patronage of Congress. I consider it an indispensable duty to close this last solemn act of my official life by commending the interests of our dearest country to the protection of Almighty God, and those who have the superintendence of them to His holy keeping. Having now finished the work assigned me, I retire from the great theatre of action, and bidding an affectionate farewell to this august body, under whose orders I have so long acted, I here offer my commission, and take my leave of all the employments of public life. End of Address to Congress on Resigning His Commission by George Washington.
How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content.
Heretics by Gilbert K. Chesterton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Heretics by Gilbert K. Chesterton. Chapter 13. Celts and Celtophiles. Science in the modern world has many uses. Its chief use, however, is to provide long words to cover the errors of the rich. The word kleptomania is a vulgar example of what I mean. It is on a par with that strange theory always advanced when a wealthy or prominent person is in the dock, that exposure is more of a punishment for the rich than for the poor. Of course, the very reverse is the truth. Exposure is more of a punishment for the poor than for the rich. The richer a man is, the easier it is for him to be a tramp. The richer a man is, the easier it is for him to be popular and generally respected in the Cannibal Islands. But the poorer a man is, the more likely it is that he will have to use his past life whenever he wants to get a bed for the night. Honour is a luxury for aristocrats, but it is a necessity for hall porters. This is a secondary matter, but it is an example of the general proposition I offer. The proposition that an enormous amount of modern ingenuity is expended on finding defences for the indefensible conduct of the powerful. As I have said before, these defences generally exhibit themselves most emphatically in the form of appeals to physical science. And of all the forms of which science or pseudoscience has come to the rescue of the rich and stupid, there is none so singular as the singular invention of the theory of races. When a wealthy nation like the English discovers the perfectly patent fact that it is making a ludicrous mess of the government of the poorer nation like the Irish, it pauses for a moment in consternation, and then begins to talk about Celts and Teutons. As far as I can understand the theory, the Irish are Celts and the English are Teutons. Of course, the Irish are not Celts any more than the English are Teutons. I have not followed the ethnological discussion with much energy, but the last scientific conclusion which I read inclined on the whole to the summary that the English were mainly Celtic and the Irish mainly Teutonic. But no man alive, with even the glimmering of a real scientific sense, would ever dream of applying the terms Celtic or Teutonic to either of them in any positive or useful sense. That sort of thing must be left to people who talk about the Anglo-Saxon race and extend the expression to America. How much of the blood of the Angles and Saxons, whoever they were, there remains in our mixed British, Roman, German, Dane, Norman and Picard stock is a matter only interesting to wild antiquaries, and how much of that diluted blood can possibly remain in that roaring whirlpool of America into which a cataract of Swedes, Jews, Germans, Irishmen and Italians is perpetually pouring, is a matter only interesting to lunatics. It would have been wiser for the English governing class to have called upon some other god. All other gods, however weak and warring, at least boast of being constant. But science boasts of being in a flux forever, boasts of being unstable as water, and England and the English governing class never did call on this absurd deity of race until it seemed for an instant that they had no other god to call on. All the most genuine Englishmen in history would have yawned or laughed in your face if you had begun to talk about Anglo-Saxons. If you had attempted to substitute the ideal of race for the ideal of nationality, I really do not like to think what they would have said. I certainly should not like to have been the officer of Nelson who suddenly discovered his French blood on the eve of Trafalgar. I should not like to have been the Norfolk or Suffolk gentleman who had to expound to Admiral Blake by what demonstrable ties of genealogy he was irrevocably bound to the Dutch. The truth of the whole matter is very simple. Nationality exists and has nothing in the world to do with race. Nationality is a thing like a church or a secret society. It is a product of the human soul and will. It is a spiritual product. And there are men in the modern world who would think anything to do anything and do anything rather than admit that anything could be a spiritual product. A nation, however, as it confronts the modern world, is a purely spiritual product. Sometimes it has been born in independence like Scotland. Sometimes it has been born in dependence in subjugation like Ireland. Sometimes it is a large thing cohering out of many smaller things like Italy. Sometimes it is a small thing breaking away from larger things like Poland. But in each and every case its quality is purely spiritual, or if you will, purely psychological. It is a moment when 5 men become a 6th man. Everyone knows it who has ever founded a club. It is a moment when 5 places become 1 place. Everyone must know it who has ever had to repel an invasion. Mr. Timothy Healy, the most serious intellect in the present House of Commons, summed up nationality to perfection when he simply called it something for which people will die. As he excellently said in reply to Lord Hugh Cecil, no one, not even the noble lord, would die for the meridian of Greenwich. And that is the great tribute to its purely psychological character. It is idle to ask why Greenwich should not cohere in this spiritual manner, while Athens or Sparta did. It is like asking why a man falls in love with one woman and not with another. Now, of this general spiritual coherence, independent of the external circumstances or of race, or of any obvious physical thing, Ireland is the most remarkable example. Rome conquered nations, but Ireland has conquered races. The Norman has gone there and become Irish. The Scotchman has gone there and become Irish. The Spaniard has gone there and become Irish. Even the bitter soldier of Cromwell has gone there and become Irish. Ireland, which did not exist even politically, has been stronger than all the races that existed scientifically. The purest Germanic blood, the purest Norman blood, the purest blood of the passionate Scots patriot, has not been so attractive as a nation without a flag. Ireland, unrecognised and oppressed, has easily absorbed races, as such trifles are easily absorbed. She has easily disposed of physical science, as such superstitions are easily disposed of. Nationality in its weakness has been stronger than ethnology in its strength. 5 triumphant races have been defeated by a defeated nationality. This being the true and strange glory of Ireland, it is impossible to hear without impatience of the attempt so constantly made among her modern sympathisers to talk about Celts and Celticism. Who were the Celts? I defy anybody to say. Who are the Irish? I defy anyone to be indifferent or to pretend not to know. Mr. W.B. Yeats, the great Irish genius who has appeared in our time, shows his own admirable penetration in discarding altogether the argument from a Celtic race. But he does not wholly escape, and his followers hardly ever escape. The general objection to the Celtic argument, the tendency of that argument, is to represent the Irish or the Celts as a strange and separate race, as a tribe of eccentrics in the modern world immersed in dim legends and fruitless dreams. Its tendency is to exhibit the Irish as odd, because they see the fairies. Its trend is to make the Irish seem weird and wild, because they sing old songs and join in strange dances. But this is quite an error. Indeed, it is the opposite of the truth. It is the English who are odd, because they do not see the fairies. It is the inhabitants of Kensington who are weird and wild, because they do not sing old songs and join in strange dances. In all this, the Irish are not in the least strange and separate, are not in the least Celtic, as the word is commonly and popularly used. In all this, the Irish are simply an ordinary, sensible nation, living the life of any other ordinary and sensible nation which has not been either sodden with smoke or oppressed by money-lenders, or otherwise corrupted with wealth and science. There is nothing Celtic about having legends. It is merely human. The Germans, who are, I suppose, Teutonic, have hundreds of legends wherever it happens that the Germans are human. There is nothing Celtic about loving poetry. The English loved poetry more, perhaps, than any other people, before they came under the shadow of the chimney-pot and the shadow of the chimney-pot hat. It is not Ireland which is mad and mystic. It is Manchester which is mad and mystic, which is incredible, which is a wild exception among human things. Ireland has no need to play the silly game of the science of races. Ireland has no need to pretend to be a tribe of visionaries apart. In the matter of visions, Ireland is more than a nation. It is a model nation. End of chapter 13, Celts and Celtophiles, by Gilbert K. Chesterton.
Christianity as the Absolute, Contemporaneousness with Christ, by Soren Kierkegaard, from Preparation for a Christian Life, published in 1850, translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Christianity as the Absolute, Contemporaneousness with Christ. With its invitation to all that labor and are heavy laden, Christianity has entered the world, not, as the clergy whimperingly and falsely introduce it, as a shining paragon of mild grounds of consolation, but as the Absolute. God wills it so because of his love, but it is God who wills it, and he wills it as he wills it. He does not choose to have his nature changed by man and become a nice, that is to say, humane God, but he chooses to change the nature of man because of his love for them. Neither does he care to hear any human impertinence concerning the why and wherefore of Christianity, and why it entered the world. It is and is to be the Absolute. Therefore all the relative explanations which may have been ventured as to its why and wherefore are entirely beside the point. Possibly these explanations were suggested by a kind of human compassion, which believes it necessary to haggle a bit. God very likely does not know the nature of man very well. His demands are a bit exorbitant, and therefore the clergy must haggle and beat him down a bit. Maybe the clergy hit upon that idea in order to stand well with men and reap some advantage from preaching the gospel. For if its demands are reduced to the purely human, to the demands which arise in man's heart, why, then men will of course think well of it, and of course also of the amiable preacher who knows how to make Christianity so mild. If the apostles had been able to do that, the world would have esteemed them highly also in their time. However, all this is the Absolute. But what is it good for then? Is it not a downright torment? Why, yes, you may say so, From the standpoint of the relative, the absolute is the greatest torment. In his dull, languid, sluggish moments, when man is dominated by his sensual nature, Christianity is an absurdity to him, since it is not commensurable with any definite wherefore. But of what use is it then? Answer: peace. It is the absolute. And thus it must be represented, that is, in a fashion which makes it appear as an absurdity to the sensual nature of man. And therefore it is, so true, and in still another sense, so true when the worldly wise man who is contemporaneous with Christ condemns him with the words, "He is literally nothing." Quite true, for he is the absolute. And being absolute, Christianity has come into the world, not as a consolation in the human sense. In fact, quite on the contrary, it is ever reminding one how the Christian must suffer in order to become, or to remain, a Christian, sufferings which he may, if you please, escape by not electing to be a Christian. There is indeed an unbridgeable gulf fixed between God and man. It therefore became plain to those contemporary with Christ that the process of becoming a Christian, that is, being changed into the likeness of God, is in a human sense a greater torment and wretchedness and pain than the greatest conceivable human suffering, and moreover, a crime in the eyes of one's contemporaries. And thus will it always be. That is, if becoming a Christian in reality means becoming contemporaneous with Christ. And if becoming a Christian does not have that meaning, then all your chatter about becoming a Christian is a vanity, a delusion and a snare, and likewise a blasphemy, and a sin against the Holy Ghost. For with regard to the absolute there is but one time, namely, the present. He who is not contemporaneous with the absolute, for him it does not exist at all. And since Christ is the absolute, it is evident that in respect to him there is but one situation, contemporaneousness. The 3 or 7 or 15 or 17 or 1800 years which have elapsed since his death do not make the least difference one way or the other. They neither change him nor reveal either who he was, for his real nature is revealed only to faith. Christ, let me say so with the utmost seriousness, is not an actor. Neither is he a merely historical personage, since being the paradox, he is an extremely unhistorical personage. But precisely this is the difference between poetry and reality, contemporaneousness. The difference between poetry and history is no doubt this, that history is what has really happened, and poetry what is possible, the action which is supposed to have taken place, the life which has taken form in the poet's imagination. But that which really happened, the past, is not necessarily reality except in a certain sense, namely, in contrast with poetry. There is still lacking in it the criterion of truth as inwardness, and of all religion there is still lacking the criterion, the truth for you. That which is past is not a reality for me, but only my time is. That which you are contemporaneous with, that is reality for you. Thus every person has the choice to be contemporaneous with the age in which he is living, and also with one other period, with that of Christ's life here on earth. For Christ's life on earth, or sacred history, stands by itself, outside of history. History you may read and hear about as a matter of the past. Within its realm you can, if you so care, judge actions by their results. But in Christ's life here on earth there is nothing past. It will not wait for the assistance of any subsequent results in its own time, 1800 years ago, neither does it now. Historic Christianity is sheer moonshine and unchristian muddle-headedness. For those true Christians who in every generation live a life contemporaneous with that of Christ have nothing whatsoever to do with Christians in the preceding generation, but all the more with their contemporary, Christ. His life here on earth attends every generation, and every generation severally as sacred history. His life on earth is eternal contemporaneousness. For this reason, all learned lecturing about Christianity, which has its haunt and hiding place in the assumption that Christianity is something which belongs to the past and to the 1800 years of history, this lecturing is the most unchristian of heresies, as everyone would readily recognize if he but tried to imagine the generation contemporaneous with Christ as lecturing. No, we must ever keep in mind that every generation of the faithful is contemporaneous with him. If you cannot master yourself so as to make yourself contemporaneous with him and thus become a Christian, or if he cannot as your contemporary draw you to himself, then you will never be a Christian. You may, if you please, honor, praise, thank, and with all worldly goods reward him who deludes you into thinking that you are a Christian. Nevertheless, he deceives you. You may count yourself happy that you were not contemporaneous with one who dared to assert this. Or you may be exasperated to madness by the torment, like that of the gadfly, of being contemporaneous with one who says this to your face. In the first case you are deceived, whereas in the second you have at least had a chance to hear the truth. If you cannot bear this contemporaneousness, and do not bear to see this sight in reality, if you cannot prevail upon yourself to go out into the street, and behold, it is God in that loathsome procession, and if you cannot bear to think that this will be your condition also if you kneel and worship him, then you are not essentially a Christian. In that case, what you will have to do is to admit the fact unconditionally to yourself, so that you may, above all, preserve humility and fear and trembling when contemplating what it means really to be a Christian. For that way you must proceed in order to learn and to practice how to flee to grace, so that you will not seek it in vain, but do not, for God's sake, go to any one to be consoled. For to be sure it is written, Blessed are the eyes which see the things that ye see, which word the priests have on the tips of their tongues, curiously enough, at times perhaps even to defend a worldly finery, which, if contemporary with Christ, would be rather incongruous, as if these words had not been said solely about those contemporaries of his who believed. If his exaltation had been evident to the eyes, so that every one without any trouble could have beheld it, why then, it would be incorrect to say that Christ abased himself and assumed the guise of a servant, and it would be superfluous to warn against being offended in him. For why in the world should one take offense in an exalted one arrayed in glory? And how in the world will you explain it that Christ fared so ill, and that everybody failed to rush up admiringly to behold what was so plain? Ah, no. He hath no form nor comeliness, and when we shall see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. Isaiah 53, verse 2. And there was to all appearances nothing remarkable about him, who in lowly guise, and by performing signs and wonders, constantly presented the possibility of offense, who claimed to be God in lowly guise. Which therefore expresses, in the first place, what God means by compassion, and by oneself needing to be humble and poor if one wishes to be compassionate, and in the second place, what God means by the misery of mankind, which again in both instances is extremely different from what men mean by these things, and which every generation to the end of time has to learn over again from the beginning, and beginning in every respect at the same point where those who were contemporary with Christ had to start. That is, to practice those things as contemporaries of Christ. Human impatience and unruliness is, of course, of no avail whatsoever. No man will be able to tell you in how far you may succeed in becoming essentially a Christian, but neither will anxiety and fear and despair help one. Sincerity toward God is the first and the last condition. Sincerity in confessing to oneself just where one stands. Sincerity before God in ever aiming at one's task. However slowly one may proceed, and if it be but crawling, one is at any rate in the right position, and is not misled and deceived by the trick of changing the nature of Christ, who instead of being God is thereby made to represent that sentimental compassion which is man's own invention, by which men, instead of being lifted up to heaven by Christianity, are delayed on their way, and remain human, and no more. The moral. And what then does all this signify? It signifies that everyone in silent inwardness before God is to feel humility before what it means to be in the strictest sense a Christian, is to confess sincerely before God what his position is, so that he may worthily partake of the grace which is offered to everyone who is not perfect, that is, to everyone, and it means no more than that. For the rest, let him attend to his work and find joy in it. Let him love his wife, rejoicing in her. Let him raise his children to be a joy to him, and let him love his fellow men and enjoy life. God will surely let him know if more is demanded of him, and will also help him to accomplish it. For in the terrifying language of the law this sounds so terrible because it would seem as if man, by his own strength, were to hold fast to Christ. Whereas, in the language of love, it is Christ that holds fast to him. As was said, then, God will surely let him know if more is demanded of him. But what is demanded of everyone is that he humble himself in the presence of God under the demands of ideality, and therefore these demands should be heard, and heard again and again in all their absoluteness. To be a Christian has become a matter of no importance whatever, a mummery, something one is anyway, or something one acquires more readily than a trick. In very truth, it is high time that the demands of ideality were heard. But if being a Christian is something so terrifying and awesome, how in all the world can a man get it into his head to wish to accept Christianity? Very simply, and if you so wish, quite according to Luther, only the consciousness of sin, if I may express myself so, can force one. From the other side, grace exerts the attraction, can force one into this terror. And in the same instant, the Christian ideal is transformed, and is sheer mildness, grace, love, and pity. Looking at it any other way, however, Christianity is and shall ever be the greatest absurdity, or else the greatest terror. Approach is had only through the consciousness of sin, and to desire to enter in any other way amounts to a high crime of lèse majesté against Christianity. But sin, or the fact that you and I individually are sinners has at present either been done away with, or else the demands have been lowered in an unjustifiable manner, both in life, the domestic, the civic, as well as the ecclesiastic, and in science, which has invented the new doctrine of sin in general. As an equivalent, one has hit upon the device of helping men into Christianity and keeping them in it by the aid of a knowledge of world historic events, of that mild teaching, the exalted and profound spirit of it, about Christ as a friend, etc., etc. All of which Luther would have called stuff and nonsense, and which is really blasphemy, aiming as it does at fraternizing impudently with God and with Christ. Only the consciousness of being a sinner can inspire one with absolute respect for Christianity. And just because Christianity demands absolute respect, it must and shall, to any other way of looking at it, seem absurdity or terror. Just because only thereby can the qualitative and absolute emphasis fall on the fact that it is only the consciousness of being a sinner which will procure entrance into it, and at the same time give the vision which, being absolute respect, enables one to see the mildness and love and compassion of Christianity. The poor in spirit who acknowledge themselves to be sinners, they do not need to know the least thing about the difficulties which appear when one is neither simple nor humble-minded, but when this humble consciousness of oneself, for example, the individual's being a sinner, is lacking, aye, even though one possessed all human ingenuity and wisdom, and had all accomplishments possible to man, it will profit him little. Christianity will in the same degree rise terrifying before him, and transform itself into absurdity or terror, until he learns either to renounce it, or else, by the help of what is nothing less than scientific propaedeutics, apologetics, etc., that is, through the torments of a contrite heart, to enter into Christianity by the narrow path through the consciousness of sin. And of Christianity as the absolute contemporaneousness with Christ. By Soren Kierkegaard.
A Colored Man's Reminiscences of James Madison by Paul Jennings. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. Preface. Among the laborers at the Department of the Interior is an intelligent colored man, Paul Jennings, who was born a slave on President Madison's estate in Montpelier, Virginia, in 1799. His reputed father was Benjamin Jennings, an English trader there, his mother a slave of Mr. Madison, and the granddaughter of an Indian. Paul was a body servant of Mr. Madison till his death, and afterwards of Daniel Webster, having purchased his freedom of Mrs. Madison. His character for sobriety, truth, and fidelity is unquestioned, and as he was a daily witness of interesting events, I have thought some of his recollections were worth writing down in almost his own language. On the 10th of January, 1865, a curious sale of books, coins, and autographs belonging to Edward M. Thomas, a colored man for many years messenger to the House of Representatives, was sold among other curious lots. An autograph of Daniel Webster containing these words: "I have paid $120 for the freedom of Paul Jennings. He agrees to work out the same at $8 per month, to be furnished with board, clothes, washing, etc." Reminiscences of Madison. About 10 years before Mr. Madison was president, he and Colonel Monroe were candidate rivals for the legislature. Mr. Madison was anxious to be elected, and sent his chariot to pick up a Scotchman to the polls, who lived in the neighborhood. But when brought up, he cried out, "Put me down for Colonel Monroe, for he was the first man that took me by the hand in this country." Colonel Monroe was elected, and his friends joked Madison pretty hard about his Scotch friend, and I have heard Mr. Madison and Colonel Monroe have a hearty laugh over the subject for years after. When Mr. Madison was chosen president, we came on and moved into the White House. The East Room was not finished, and Pennsylvania Avenue was not paved, but was always in an awful condition. From either mud or dust, the city was a dreary place. Mr. Robert Smith was then Secretary of State, but as he and Mr. Madison could not agree, he was removed, and Colonel Monroe appointed to his place. Mr. Eustis was Secretary of War, rather a rough, blustering man. Mr. Gallatin, a tip-top man, was Secretary of Treasury, and Mr. Hamilton of South Carolina, a pleasant gentleman, who thought Mr. Madison could do nothing wrong, and who always concurred in everything he said, was Secretary of the Navy. Before the War of 1812 was declared, there were frequent consultations at the White House as to the expediency of doing it. Colonel Monroe was always fierce for it. So were Messrs. Lowndes, Giles, Poydras, and Pope, all Southerners. All his secretaries were likewise in favor of it. Soon after war was declared, Mr. Madison made his regular summer visit to his farm in Virginia. We had not been there long before an express reached us one evening informing Mr. M. of General Hull's surrender. He was astonished at the news, and started back to Washington the next morning. After the war had been going on for a couple of years, the people of Washington began to be alarmed for the safety of the city, as the British held Chesapeake Bay with a powerful fleet and army. Everything seemed to be left to General Armstrong, then Secretary of War, who ridiculed the idea that there was any danger. But in August 1814, the enemy had got so near there could be no doubt of their intentions. Great alarm existed, and some feeble preparations for defense were made. Commodore Barney's flotilla was stripped of men who were placed in battery at Bladensburg, where they fought splendidly. A large part of his men were tall, strapping Negroes, mixed with white sailors and Marines. Mr. Madison reviewed them just before the fight, and asked Commodore Barney if his Negroes would not run on the approach of the British. "No, sir," said Barney. "They don't know how to run. They will die by their guns first." They fought till a large part of them were killed or wounded, and Barney himself wounded and taken prisoner. One or two of these Negroes are still living here. Well, on the 24th of August, sure enough, the British reached Bladensburg, and the fight began between 11 and 12. Even that very morning, General Armstrong assured Mrs. Madison there was no danger. The President, with General Armstrong, General Winder, Colonel Monroe, Richard Rush, Mr. Graham, Tench Ringgold, and Mr. Duval, rode out on horseback to Bladensburg to see how things looked. Mrs. Madison ordered dinner to be ready at 3 as usual. I set the table myself, and brought up the ale, cider, wine, and placed them in the coolers, as all the cabinet and several military gentlemen and strangers were expected. While waiting at just about 3, as Suki the house servant was lolling out of the chamber window, James Smith, a free colored man who had accompanied Mr. Madison to Bladensburg, galloped up to the house, waving his hat, and cried out, "Clear out! Clear out! General Armstrong has ordered a retreat." All then was confusion. Mrs. Madison ordered her carriage, and passing through the dining room, caught up what silver she could crowd into her old-fashioned reticule, and then jumped into the chariot with her servant girl Suki and Daniel Carroll, who took charge of them. Joe Boland drove them over to Georgetown Heights. The British were expected in a few minutes. Mr. Cutts, her brother-in-law, sent me to a stable on 14th Street for his carriage. People were running in every direction. John Freeman, the colored butler, drove off in his coachee with his wife, child, and servant, also a feather bed lashed on behind the coachee, which was all the furniture saved, except for part of the silver and the portrait of Washington, of which I will tell you by and by. I will here mention that although the British were expected every minute, they did not arrive for some hours. In the meantime, a rabble, taking advantage of the confusion, ran all over the White House and stole lots of silver and whatever else they could lay their hands on. About sundown I walked over to the Georgetown ferry, and found the President and all hands, the gentleman named before, who acted as sort of bodyguard for him, waiting for the boat. It soon returned, and we all crossed over, and passed up the road about a mile. They then left us servants to wander about. In a short time, several wagons from Bladensburg, drawn by Barney's artillery horses, passed up the road, having crossed the long bridge before it was set on fire. As we were cutting up some planks, a white wagoner ordered us away, and told his boy Tommy to reach out his gun, and he would shoot us. I told him he had better have used it at Bladensburg. Just then, we came up with Mr. Madison and his friends, who had been wandering about for some hours, consulting what to do. I walked on to a Methodist minister's, and in the evening, while he was at prayer, I heard a tremendous explosion, and rushing out, saw that public buildings, navy yard, rope walks, and etc. were on fire. Mrs. Madison slept that night at Mrs. Love's, 2 or 3 miles over the river. After leaving that place, she called in at a home and walked upstairs. The lady of the house, learning who she was, became furious, and went up the stairs, and screamed out, "Miss Madison, if that's you, come down and go out. Your husband has got mine out fighting, and you shan't stay in my house, so get out." Mrs. Madison complied, and went to Mrs. Minor's a few miles further, where she stayed a day or two, and then returned to Washington, where she found Mr. Madison at her brother-in-law's, Richard Cutt's, on F Street. All the facts about Mrs. M. I learned from her servant Suki. We moved into the house of Colonel John B. Taylor, corner of 18th Street and New York Avenue, where we lived till the news of peace arrived. In 2 or 3 weeks after we returned, Congress met in an extra session at Wadget's old shell of a house on 7th Street, where the General Post Office now stands. It was 3 stories high, and had been used for a theater, a tavern, an Irish boarding house, etc., but both houses of Congress managed to get along in it very well, notwithstanding it had to accommodate the Patent Office, City and General Post Office, committee rooms, and what was left of the Congressional Library at the same time. Things are very different now. The next summer, Mr. John Law, a large property owner about the Capitol, fearing it would not be rebuilt, got up a subscription and built a large brick building, now called the Old Capitol, where the Secesh prisoners are confined, and offered it to Congress for their use, till the Capitol could be rebuilt. This coaxed them back, though strong efforts were made to remove the seat of government north, but the Southern members kept it here. It has often been stated in print that when Mrs. Madison escaped from the White House, she cut out from the frame the large portrait of Washington, now in one of the parlors here, and carried it off. This is totally false. She had no time for doing it. It would have required a ladder to get down. All she carried off was the silver in her reticule, as the British were thought to be but a few squares off, and were expected every moment. John Suzet, a Frenchman, then doorkeeper and still living, and McGraw, the president's gardener, took it down and sent it off on a wagon, with some large silver urns and such other valuables as could be hastily got hold of. When the British did arrive, they ate up the very dinner and drank the wines and etc. that I had prepared for the president's party. When the news of peace arrived, we were crazy with joy. Miss Sally Coles, a cousin of Mrs. Madison, and afterwards wife of Andrew Stevenson, since minister to England, came to the head of the stairs, crying out, "Peace! Peace!" and told John Freeman, the butler, to serve out wine liberally to the servants and others. I played the President's March on the violin. John Suzet and some others were drunk for 2 days, and such another joyful time has never been seen in Washington. Mr. Madison and all his cabinet were pleased as any, but did not show their joy in this manner. Mrs. Madison was a remarkably fine woman. She was beloved by everybody in Washington, white and colored. Whenever soldiers marched by during the war, she always sent out and invited them in to take wine and refreshments, giving them liberally of the best in the house. Madeira wine was better in those days than now, and more freely drank. In the last days of her life, before Congress purchased her husband's papers, she was in a state of absolute poverty, and I think sometimes suffered for the necessaries of life. While I was a servant of Mr. Webster, he often sent me to her with a market basket full of provisions, and told me whenever I saw anything in the house that I thought she was in need of, to take it to her. I often did this, and occasionally gave her small sums from my own pocket, though I had years before bought my freedom of her. Mr. Madison, I think, was one of the best men that ever lived. I never saw him in a passion, and never knew him to strike a slave, although he had over 100. Neither would he allow an overseer to do it. Whenever any slaves were reported to him as stealing or cutting up badly, he would send for them and admonish them privately, and never mortify them by doing it before others. They generally served him very faithfully. He was temperate in his habits. I don't think he drank a quart of brandy in his whole life. He ate light breakfasts and no suppers, but rather a hearty dinner, with which he took invariably but one glass of wine. When he had hard drinkers at his table, who had put away his choice Madeira pretty freely, in response to his numerous toasts, he would touch his glass to his lips, or dilute it with water, as they pushed about the decanters. For the first 15 years of his life, he drank no wine at all. After he retired from the presidency, he amused himself chiefly on his farm. At the election for members of the Virginia legislature in 1829 or 30, just after General Jackson's accession, he voted for James Barber, who had been a strong Adams man. He also presided, I think, over the convention for amending the Constitution in 1832. After news of peace and of General Jackson's victory at New Orleans, which reached here about the same time, there were great illuminations. We moved into the 7 buildings corner of 19th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, and while there, General Jackson came on with his wife, to whom numerous dinner parties and levees were given. Mr. Madison also held levees every Wednesday evening, at which wine, punch, coffee, ice cream, etc. were liberally served, unlike the present custom. While Mr. Jefferson was president, he and Mr. Madison, then his Secretary of State, were extremely intimate. In fact, 2 brothers could not have been more so. Mr. Jefferson always stopped overnight at Mr. Madison's, in going and returning from Washington. I have heard Mr. Madison say that when he went to school, he cut his own wood for exercise. He often did it also when at his farm in Virginia. He was very neat, but never extravagant in his clothes. He always dressed wholly in black, coat, breeches, and silk stockings, with buckles in the shoes and breeches. He never had but one suit at a time. He had some poor relatives that he had to help, and wished to set an example of economy in a matter of dress. He was very fond of horses, and an excellent judge of them, and no jockey ever cheated him. He never had less than 7 horses in the Washington stables while president. He often told the story that one day riding home from the court with Tom Barber, father of Governor Barber, they met a colored man who took off his hat. Mr. M. raised his, to the surprise of old Tom, to whom Mr. M. replied, "I never allow a Negro to excel me in politeness." Though a similar story is told of General Washington, I have often heard this, as above, from Mr. Madison's own lips. After Mr. Madison retired from the presidency in 1817, he invariably made a visit twice a year to Mr. Jefferson, sometimes stopping 2 or 3 weeks, till Mr. Jefferson's death in 1826. I was always with Mr. Madison till he died, and shaved him every other day for 16 years. For 6 months before his death, he was unable to walk, and spent most of his time reclined on a couch, but his mind was bright, and with his numerous visitors, he talked with as much animation and strength of voice as I ever heard him in his best days. I was present when he died. That morning, Sukey brought him his breakfast as usual. He could not swallow. His niece, Mrs. Willis, said, "What is the matter, Uncle James?" "Nothing more than a change of mind, my dear." His head instantly dropped, and he ceased breathing as quietly as the snuff of a candle goes out. He was about 84 years old, and was followed to the grave by an immense procession of white and colored people. The pallbearers were Governor Barber, Philip P. Barber, Charles P. Howard, and Reuben Conway. The 2 last were neighboring farmers. End of A Colored Man's Reminiscences of James Madison by Paul Jennings.
The Common Milkweed, an excerpt from The Wayside Flowers of Summer, a study of the conspicuous herbaceous plants blooming upon our northern roadsides during the months of July and August, by Harriet L. Keeler, 1917. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The milkweed stands by the roadside, sometimes a solitary stem, but oftener 2 to 5 sustain and support one another. It is a plant of dignity rather than beauty. Each flowering stem bears many large, broadly oblong leaves that are of a grayish green, soft to the touch above and velvety beneath, and near the summit are 2 to 5 limp clusters of drooping flowers, each cluster borne in the axil of a leaf. The color of the clusters varies from youth to age, but this is never quite pure, always more or less muddied. One does not pick the milkweed for a most excellent reason. A striking peculiarity of the plant is the abundance of milk-white sticky juice that pervades it and which pours out of the slightest wound, whether this be upon stem, flower, pedicel, or leaf vein. The authorities say that this is a kind of crude rubber. If the stem is carefully cut and the end dried with a blotter, the center is seen to have around it a dark green ring, and outside of this another pale green ring. The milk exudes from the dark green ring. This milk is not the sap of the plant. It is a special secretion and very acrid to the taste, which is a sufficient explanation why the milkweed is immune to attacks of grazing animals. The milkweed blossom is of peculiar construction and almost as highly organized as an orchid. The sepals and petals, each 5 in number, fold back as soon as the flower opens and press closely against the flower stalk. Indeed, they take themselves out of the way so thoroughly that one almost forgets they are there. At any rate, it is the hoods and horns of the corona that attract attention. This corona consists of 5 hooded cups, nectaries, with an incurved horn in each. Within this circle of honey jars are the 5 stamens, difficult to separate because of their peculiar growth and arrangement. They grow from the base of the corolla, and the filaments connect with each other and surround the pistil, which consists of 2 carpels. Not only do they surround the pistil, the anther sacs have in-looking scarious tips which unite and form a 5-sided disc. The whole stamen system has been compared to a cup upside down, standing in the midst of the flower, the sides being the filaments of the stamens, and the top the united tips of the anthers. The pollen of each anther is collected into a club-shaped mass, which is joined to a similar mass formed by the pollen of the next anther. Thus, the connected pollen mass that looks like 2 clubs joined belongs to 2 separate stamens, which stand side by side. This entire arrangement shows very clearly and can be most easily studied in a fading flower. The pistil has an ovary of 2 carpels with 2 short styles united at their summits by a 5-lobed stigmatic disc. In order to get a complete comprehension of the flower, it is well to study it in bud, in full flower, and when about to fall. The pollination of the flower has been clearly pointed out by Müller as follows, quote, "Between the hoods, at the point where the edges of the stamen disc lie together, is a narrow notch. There are 5 of these in each blossom. The bee, of course, seeks the nectar at the center of the flower, but this droops on a yielding pedicel, so that she must continually struggle to keep her place, with the result that she slips and slides, and finally, perhaps, a foot slips into one of these notches. The bee draws up her leg in the effort to escape, and her foot catches here. If she is strong enough, she pulls it out, and pulls with it 2 tiny club-shaped masses, which cling to her leg. After the fashion of bees, she goes to another milkweed blossom, and deposits the pollen mass there. The entire arrangement is extremely intricate, and not extremely successful, for many flowers fail of fertilization. Many insects, flies, bees, wasps, and butterflies come to the milkweed feast, but only bees seem able to pollinate the flower. If one compares the number of blossoms of a milkweed stem with the number of pods it bears, it becomes apparent that but very few indeed of the blossoms achieve fertilization." End quote. Anna B. Comstock, writing of milkweeds, says, quote, "To open a milkweed pod is a joy and a delight. Take a pod still green, though full grown, open by pulling apart along the seam. This is not a seam with a raw edge, but is furnished with a perfect selvage. Below the opening is a line of white velvet at one end, and with their heads all in one direction are the beautiful pale-rimmed, brown, overlapping seeds, and at the other end we see the exquisite milkweed silk, with the skein so polished that no reel could give us a thread of such luster. If we remove the contents of the pod as a whole, we see that the velvety portion is really a seed support, and that it joins the pod at either end. Pull off a seed, and with it comes its own skein of floss, shining like a pearl. If we hold the seed in the hand a moment, the skein unwinds itself into a fluff of shining threads. Each thread thrusts itself out and rests upon air, and here is a balloon." End quote. End of The Common Milkweed, an excerpt from The Wayside Flowers of Summer, a study of the conspicuous herbaceous plants blooming upon our northern roadsides during the months of July and August, by Harriet L. Keeler. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Elementary Lessons in Cookery by Mary L. Wade. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. An outline of 3 lessons. Lesson 8. Quick doughs and batters. Quick doughs and batters can be made light by the mixture of acid and alkali. When they are united, moistened, and heated, they set free a gas called carbon dioxide. Soda is the alkali commonly used, but the gas cannot escape freely until this is mixed with an acid and liquid. The most common acid used is cream of tartar, which with soda and a little flour or cornstarch constitutes the best baking powders. Other acids used with soda are sour milk, molasses, and sometimes vinegar or lemon juice. A mixture stiff enough to be kneaded or handled on a board is a dough. General directions for soft doughs. Carefully sift all dry ingredients together when baking powder is used, so that it may be free from lumps and mixed with the flour. Always add liquid by degrees and cut it into the flour with a knife. Handle dough as little as possible. Flour must be sifted before measuring. Batters. Batters are thin mixtures of flour and liquid. They are made light by the admixture of air or gas, and by quick cooking before the air has a chance to escape. Air at 70 degrees expands to about 3 times its volume when exposed to the temperature of a hot oven. As the mixture heats in cooking, the expansion of the air in the batter makes it light and porous. We entangle air in batters by beating the mixture thoroughly, by beating air into eggs, and by the gas obtained by the use of an acid with an alkaline carbonate. There are several degrees of thickness in batters. Thin batters have about the consistency of thin cream. Thick batters are like thick cream. Still thicker batters are stiff enough to keep shape when poured from a spoon. To illustrate the different methods of making batters light, the following recipes are good. Breakfast puffs. 1 cup of milk, 1 cup of cold water, 2 cups of flour. Mix the milk and water together and pour slowly onto the flour. When all are mixed together, smooth, beat 5 minutes with the Dover egg beater. Bake in hissing hot buttered gem pans 35 minutes. Popovers. 1/2 a cup of entire wheat flour, 1/2 a cup of white flour, 1 cup of milk, 1 egg, salt. Mix the salt and the flour. Add a little of the milk and stir till smooth. Add the remainder of the milk and the egg beaten light. Beat well and bake in a hot oven 1/2 an hour. Griddle cakes. 1 cup of graham meal, 1 cup of white flour, 1 teaspoonful of salt, 1 1/2 cups of sour milk, 4 teaspoonfuls of melted butter, 3/4 a teaspoonful of soda. Sift dry ingredients together. Add a little milk and mix thoroughly to press out the lumps. When all the milk is used and the batter is smooth, add the butter and beat it well. Pour by spoonfuls onto a slightly greased griddle, smoking hot. When brown on one side, turn. Serve very hot. Tea cakes. 2 1/2 cups of flour, 1/4 a cup of sugar, 3 teaspoonfuls of baking powder, 1 teaspoonful of salt, sifted together. Beat 1 egg light, add to it 1 cup of milk and 2 tablespoonfuls of melted butter or drippings. Add this to the dry mixture and beat well. Fill greased muffin pans 2/3 full and bake 1/2 an hour. Gingerbread. 1/2 a cup of molasses, 1/2 a tablespoonful of ginger, 1/4 a teaspoonful of salt, 1/2 a teaspoonful of soda, 1 tablespoonful of dripping, 1/4 a cup of boiling water, 1 cup of flour. Sift the ginger, salt, and soda into the molasses, add the dripping melted in the hot water, then the flour, and beat well. Lesson 9. Cakes and Pastry Cake. General Directions. 1. See that the fire is in the right condition, that no fresh coal be needed while the cake is baking. 2. Have the pans buttered and dredged with flour or lined with buttered or oiled paper. 3. Have all ingredients together ready to measure. 4. Have measuring cups, spoons, egg beater, etc. in readiness. There are 2 kinds of cakes, butter cakes and sponge cakes. All cakes are a variety of these 2. In making butter cakes, first cream the butter and add the sugar gradually. Beat the eggs very light and add then the flour, in which the baking powder is sifted, and milk alternately, unless special directions are given with a recipe. Always sift the flour before measuring. Have the butter where it will be softened but not melted or heated. In making sponge cakes where no baking powder is used, beat first the yolks very light, then add the sugar, then the flour and the whites beaten very stiff. Do not beat after adding the flour and whites, only mix the ingredients. Where baking powder and a liquid are used, the egg may first be beaten very light, then add the sugar and liquid, and at last the flour and baking powder, but do not beat. Bake cakes on the bottom of the oven. Thin cakes require a hotter oven than those baked in thick loaves. Butter cakes require a hotter oven than sponge cakes. Divide the time of baking into 4 parts. The first quarter it should rise and be full of bubbles, but not brown. The second quarter it should be spotted with brown and the bubbles burst. The third quarter it should be light brown all over. The last quarter it should be shrinking from the sides of the pan. Never slam the oven door while baking, but open and close the door softly. Pastry. 1 1/2 cups of flour, 3 tablespoonfuls of drippings, 3 tablespoonfuls of butter, cold water enough to moisten. Sift the salt with the flour. Rub the drippings into the flour with the tips of the fingers. Mix into a stiff dough with a little very cold water. Put the dough on to a floured board. Pat and roll into a long narrow strip. Spread on the butter and fold in 3. Turn quarter round, pat well out again, then fold into 3 again. Turn quarter round again, then roll out to 1/4 an inch thick and roll over and over like a jelly roll. Cut in 2 pieces, making one piece a little larger than the other. Do not handle any more than necessary. Have everything cold. Apple pie. Wipe and pare the apples, cut into 8s and remove the cores. Allow 1 tablespoonful of sugar to each apple, unless very tart. Then allow a little more. Cover the plate with the crust rolled thin. Fill 3/4 full with the apples. Add the sugar and a little cinnamon or nutmeg. Put on more apples till the dish is filled. Wet the edges of the pastry with cold water. Cover loosely with the pastry and press firmly on the edge. Cut 2 or 3 small gashes on the top. Bake in a hot oven till the apples are soft. For rhubarb or berry pies, do not use a lower crust, but make in a deep pie plate. Put a strip of pastry around the edge of the plate and proceed the same as for apple pies. Rhubarb pie. Wash, wipe, and cut the stalks into 1/2 inch pieces. Allow 1/3 a cup of sugar to each cup of rhubarb. Custard pie. 1 pint of scalded milk, 2 eggs, speck of salt, speck of nutmeg. Beat the eggs. Add sugar, salt, and nutmeg. Stir in the scalded milk. Line the plate with the pastry rolled thin, having it extend over the edge of the plate about 1/4 an inch. Pinch this up around the edge and pour in the custard. Bake in a moderate oven about 30 minutes. Squash pie. 1 1/2 cup of squash, 1 cup of hot milk, 1/2 a cup of sugar, 1/2 a teaspoonful of salt, 1/4 a teaspoonful of cinnamon or nutmeg, 1/8 a teaspoonful of ginger, 1 egg. Use a dry, mealy squash. Stew and sift it, then add the other materials. Bake 30 minutes or till it puffs up all over. Lesson 10. A plain 3-course dinner illustrating principles in the preceding lessons. Menu. Lamb broth with rice. Roast shoulder of lamb. Creamed onions. Breadsticks, mashed potatoes, lettuce and tomato salad, ice cream, sponge cake. Have the shoulder boned and rolled and make the broth from the bone. Ices. General directions for freezing. Chop the ice very fine. Use coarse salt. Use 1/4 salt and 3/4 ice. Put the can into the pail. Cover the can. Put in a layer of ice, then one of salt, till within an inch of the top of can. Pour in the mixture to be frozen. Fit on the crank and turn slowly. As the ice settles, add more ice and salt. When the crank begins to turn hard, wipe carefully the top of the can and remove the dasher. Put a cork in the top of the cover. Pour off the water from pail and fill the pail with ice and salt. Cover with a thick cloth and set away till ready to serve. Vanilla ice cream. 1 quart of milk, 1 pint of thick cream, or 1 quart of thin cream, and 1 pint of milk. 1 cup of sugar, 1 tablespoonful of vanilla. Scald the milk and cream. Dissolve the sugar in it. When cool, add the flavoring and freeze. Chocolate ice cream. Melt 2 squares of chocolate with 2 tablespoonfuls of hot water. Add 2 tablespoonfuls of sugar. When smooth, add to the above recipe and freeze. End of Elementary Lessons in Cookery by Mary L. Wade. Read by Betty B.
Sermon number 1043 by Charles Spurgeon. Glorious Predestination. Delivered on Lord's Day morning, March 24th, 1872, at Metropolitan Tabernacle, Newington.
This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.
This recording is narrated by Leighton Garner in May 2018, Panama City, Panama. For whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate, to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. Romans 8:29. You will have noticed that in this chapter, Paul has been expounding a very deep inward spiritual experience. He has written concerning the spirit of bondage and the spirit of adoption, the infirmities of the flesh and the helpings of the Spirit, the waiting for the redemption of the body and the groanings which cannot be uttered. It was most natural, therefore, that a deep spiritual experience should bring him into a clear perception of the doctrines of grace. For such an experience is a school in which alone those great truths are effectually learned.
A lack of depth in the inner life accounts for most of the doctrinal error in the Church.
Sound conviction of sin, deep humiliation on account of it, and a sense of utter weakness and unworthiness naturally conduct the mind to the belief of the doctrines of grace,
while shallowness in these matters leaves a man content with a superficial creed.
Those teachings which are commonly called Calvinistic doctrines are usually most beloved and best received by those who have had much conflict of soul, and so have learned the strength of corruption and the necessity of grace. Note also that Paul in this chapter has been treating of the sufferings of this present time, and though by faith he speaks of them as very inconsiderable compared with the glory to be revealed, yet we know that they were not inconsiderable in his case. He was a man of many trials. He went from one tribulation to another for Christ's sake. He swam through many seas of affliction to serve the church. I do not wonder, therefore, that in his epistles he often discourses upon the doctrines of foreknowledge and predestination and eternal love, because these are a rich cordial for a fainting spirit. To be cheered among many things which otherwise would depress him, the believer may betake himself to the matchless mysteries of the grace of God, which are wines on the lees well refined. Sustained by distinguishing grace, a man learns to glory in tribulations also, and strengthened by electing love, he defies the hatred of the world and the trials of life. Suffering is the college of orthodoxy. Many a Jonah, who now rejects the doctrines of the grace of God, only needs to be put into the whale's belly, and he will cry out with the soundest free grace man, "Salvation is of the Lord." Prosperous professors, who do no business amid David's billows and waterspouts, may set small store by the blessed anchorage of eternal purpose and everlasting love, but those who are tossed with tempest and not comforted are of another mind. Let these few sentences suffice for a preface. I utter them not in the spirit of controversy, but the reverse. Our text begins by the expression, "Whom he did foreknow, he also did predestinate." And many senses have been given to this word, foreknow, though in this case one commends itself beyond every other. Some have thought that it simply means that God predestined men whose future history he foreknew. The text before us cannot be so understood, because the Lord foreknows the history of every man, and angel, and devil. So far as mere prescience goes, every man is foreknown. And yet no one will assert that all men are predestined to be conformed to the image of the Lord Jesus. But it is further asserted that the Lord foreknew who would exercise repentance, who would believe in Jesus, and who would persevere in a consistent life to the end. This is readily granted, but a reader must wear very powerful magnifying spectacles before he will be able to discover that sense in the text. Upon looking carefully at my Bible again, I do not perceive such a statement. Where are those words which you have added, "Whom he did foreknow to repent, to believe, and to persevere in grace"? I do not find them either in the English version or in the Greek original. If I could so read them, the passage would certainly be very easy, and would very greatly alter my doctrinal views. But as I do not find those words there, begging your pardon, I do not believe in them. However wise and advisable a human interpolation may be, it has no authority with us. We bow to Holy Scripture, but not to glosses which theologians may choose to put upon it. No hint is given in the text of foreseen virtue, any more than of foreseen sin, and therefore we are driven to find another meaning for the word. We find that the word know is frequently used in Scripture, not only for foreknowledge, but also for favor, love, and complacency. Our Lord Jesus Christ will say in the judgment concerning certain persons, "I never knew you." Yet in a sense he knew them, for he knows every man. He knows the wicked as well as the righteous. But there the meaning is, I never knew you in such a respect as to feel any complacency in you or any favor towards you. See also John 10:14-15 and 2 Timothy 2:19. In Romans 11:2 we read, God hath not cast away his people which he foreknew, where the sense evidently has the idea of forelove, and it is so to be understood here. Those whom the Lord looked upon with favor as he foresaw them, he has predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son. They are, as Paul puts it in his letter to the Ephesians, predestinated according to the purpose of him who worketh all things after the counsel of his will. I am anxious not to tarry over controverted matters, but to reach the subject of my sermon this morning. Here we have in the text conformity to Christ, spoken of as the aim of predestination. We have secondly predestination as the impelling force by which this conformity is to be achieved, and we have, thirdly, the firstborn himself set before us as the ultimate end of the predestinations and of the conformity, that he might be the firstborn among many brethren. First, mark then, with care,
that our conformity to Christ is the sacred object of predestination. Into predestination itself I will not now pry. The deeper things shall be left with God. I think it was Bishop Hall who once said, "I thank God I am not of his counsels, but I am of his court." If I cannot understand, I will not question, for I am not his counselor, but I will adore and obey, for I am his servant. Now today, seeing we are here taught the object of his predestination, it will be our business to labor after it, to bless God that he has set such an object before him, and pray that we may be partakers in it. Here stands the case. Man was originally made in the image of God, but by sin he has defaced that image, and now we who are born into this world are fashioned, not in the heavenly image of God, but in the earthly image of the fallen Adam. We have borne, says the Apostle in the first epistle to the Corinthians, the image of the earthly. The Lord in boundless grace has resolved that a company whom no man can number, called here many brethren, shall be restored to his image, in the particular form in which his eternal Son displays it. To this end Jesus Christ came into the world, and bore our image, that we, through his grace, might bear his image. He became a partaker of our infirmities and sicknesses, that we might be partakers of the divine nature in all its excellence and purity. Now, therefore, the one thing to which the Lord is working us through his Spirit, both by providence and by grace, is the likeness of the Lord from heaven. He is evermore transforming the chosen, removing the defilement of sin and molding them after the perfect model of his Son, Jesus Christ, the second Adam, who is the firstborn among the many brethren. Now, observe that this conformity to Christ lies in several things. First, we are to be conformed to him as our nature. What was the nature of Christ, then, as divine? We must not pry into it, but we know that he was, verily, of the nature of God. Begotten, not made, says the Athanasian Creed. And it says truly, too, being of one substance with the Father. Now we also, though we at our conversion are new creatures, are also said to be begotten again into a lively hope. To be begotten is something more than to be made. This is a more personal work of God. And that which is begotten is in closer affinity to himself than that which is only created. As Christ was, as the only begotten of the Father, far above mere creatures, so also to be begotten of God, in our case, means far more than even the first and perfect creation could imply. As to his humanity, our blessed Lord, when he came into this world, underwent a birth which was a remarkable type of our second birth. He was born into this world in a very humble place, amidst the oxen, and in the manger, but yet he lacked not the songs of angels, and the adoration of the heavenly hosts. Even so we also were born of the Spirit, without human observation. Men of this world saw no glory whatsoever in our regeneration, for it was not performed by mystic rites, or with sacerdotal pomp. The Spirit of God found us in our low estate, and quickened us without outward display. Yet at that selfsame moment, where human eyes saw nothing, seraphic eyes beheld marvels of grace, and angels in heaven rejoiced over one sinner that repented, singing once again, "Glory to God in the highest." When the Lord was born, a few choice spirits welcomed his birth. An Anna and a Simon were ready to take the newborn child into their arms and bless God for him. And even so there were some that hailed our new birth with much thanksgiving. Friends and well-wishers who had watched for our salvation were glad when they beheld in us the true heavenly life, and gladly did they take us up into the arms of Christian nurture. Perhaps also there was one who had travailed in birth till Christ was formed in us the hope of glory. And how happy was that spirit to see us born unto God! How did our spiritual parent ponder each gracious word which we uttered, and thank God for the good signs of grace which could be found in our conversation. Then, too, a worse than Herod sought to kill us. Satan was eager that the newborn child of grace should be put to death.
and therefore sent forth fierce temptations to slay us. But the Lord found a shelter for our infant spiritual life, and preserved the young child alive. In us, the living and incorruptible seed abode and grew. As many of you as have been born again have been conformed to the image of Christ in the matter of his birth, and you are now partakers of his nature. It is not possible for us to be divine, yet it is written that we are made partakers of the divine nature. We cannot be precisely as God is, yet as we have borne the image of the earthly, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly, whatever that image may be. The new birth as surely stamps us with the image of Christ, as our first birth impressed us with a resemblance to the fathers of our flesh. Our first birth gave us humanity. Our second birth allies us with deity. As we were conceived in sin at the first, and shapen in iniquity, even so in regeneration our new man is renewed in knowledge after the image of him that created us. He that sanctifieth, and they that are sanctified, are all of one, for which cause he is not ashamed to call them brethren. Furthermore, this conformity to Christ lies in relationship as well as in nature. Our Lord is the Son of the highest, the Son of God, and truly beloved. Now are we the sons of God, and it doth not appear what we shall be. But we know that when he shall appear, we shall be like him, for we shall see him as he is. Jehovah has declared that he will be a father unto us, and that we shall be his sons and daughters. As surely as Jesus is a son, so surely are we. For the same Spirit bears witness to both, as it is written, And because ye are sons, God hath sent forth the Spirit of his Son into your hearts, crying, Abba, Father. When Jesus came into the world as God's Son, he was not left without attesting proofs. His first public appearance, when he came to the waters of baptism, was signaled by a voice out of the excellent glory, which said, This is my beloved Son. And the descending Spirit, like a dove, rested upon him. So it is also with us. The voice of God in the Word has testified to us our Heavenly Father's love, and the Holy Spirit has borne witness with our spirits that we are the children of God. When first we dared to come forward and say we are on the Lord's side, some of us had sacred tokens of sonship, which have never been forgotten by us. And oftentimes, since then we have received renewed seals of our adoption from the great Father of our spirits. He that believeth on the Son hath the witness in himself, so that he can with his brethren say plainly, We know that we have passed from death unto life. God has given us full assurance and infallible testimony, and in all this we rejoice. We have believed in Jesus, and it is written, As many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to as many as believed on his name. Our Lord was declared to be the Son of God by the actions which he performed, both towards God and towards man. As a son, he served his Father. You could see the nature of God in him, in his deep sympathy with God, and in his exact imitation of God. Whatever God would have done under the circumstances, that Jesus did. You perceive at once by his deeds that his nature was godlike. His works bore witness of him. It was evermore most clear that he acted towards God as a son towards a father. Now in proportion as God's determination has been carried out in us, we also act to God as children towards a loving Father. And whereas the children of darkness speak of their own, and like their father, who is a liar, speak the lie, and like their father, who is a murderer, act out wrath and bitterness. Even so the children of God speak the truth, for God is true, and they are full of love, for God is love, and their life is light, for their God is light. They feel that they must act, under the circumstances in which they are placed, as they would suppose Jesus would have acted, who is the Son of the ever-blessed Father. Moreover, Christ wrought miracles of mercy towards men, which proved him to be the Son of God. It is true we can work no miracles, yet can we do works which mark God's children? We cannot break the bread and multiply it. We can, however, generously distribute what we have, and thus, in feeding the hungry, we shall prove ourselves children of our Father who is in heaven.
We cannot heal the diseased with our touch. Still, we can care for the sick. And so, in love towards the suffering, we can prove ourselves to be children of the tender and ever-pitiful God. But our Lord has told us that greater works than his own shall we do, because he has gone to his Father, and these greater works we do. We can work spiritual miracles. Today, can we not stand at the grave of the dead sinner and say, Lazarus, come forth? And has not God often made the dead to rise at our word by the power of his Spirit? Today also we can preach the gospel of Jesus Christ, casting it about as it were our garment. And he that toucheth the hem thereof, shall he not also be made whole today, even as when Jesus was among men? This day, if we do not break fish and barley loaves, we bring you better food. This day, if we cannot give to men opened eyes and unstopped ears, yet in the teaching of the gospel of Jesus, by the power of the Spirit, the mental eye is cleansed, and the soul's ear also is purged, so that in every child of God, in proportion as he labors in the power of the Spirit for Christ, the works which he does bear witness of him, that he is the Son of God. His zeal in doing them proves that he has the spirit of a child of God, and the result of those works proves that God works in him, as he will never do in any but his own children. Thus in relationship, as well as in nature, we are conformed to the image of Christ. Thirdly, we are to be conformed to the image of Christ in our experience. This is the part of the subject from which our craven spirit often shrinks, but if we were wise, it would not be so. What was the experience of Christ in this world? For that ours will be. We may sum it up as referring to God, to men, to the devil, and to all evil. His experience with regard to God, what was that? Though he were a son, yet learned he obedience by the things which he suffered. Though without sin, he was not without suffering. The firstborn of the divine family was more sorely chastened than any other of the household. He was smitten of God and afflicted till, as the climax of all, he cried, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani. Oh, the bitterness of that cry! My God, why hast thou forsaken me? It was the Father bruising the firstborn son. And if you and I, brethren, are to be conformed to the image of the firstborn, though we may expect from God much fatherly love, we may also reckon that it will show itself in parental discipline. If ye be without chastisement, whereof all are partakers, then are ye bastards and not sons. But if ye be true sons, like to the firstborn, the rod will make you smart, and sometimes you will have to say, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? For whom the Lord loveth, he chasteneth, and scourgeth every son whom he receiveth. If ye endure chastening, God dealeth with you as with sons. For what son is he whom the Father chasteneth not? If we are predestined to be conformed to the image of his Son, the Lord has predestinated us to much tribulation, and through it shall we inherit the kingdom. Next, survey our dear covenant head in his experience in relation to men. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. He was despised and rejected of men. He said, Reproach hath broken mine heart, and I am full of heaviness. Now, brethren, in the very proportion in which we are conformed to the image of Christ, we shall have to go forth unto him without the camp, bearing his reproach. For the disciple, if he be a true disciple, is not above his master, nor the servant above his Lord. If they have called the master of the house Beelzebub, much more will they call them of his household by some yet more opprobrious title, if they can invent it. The saints of God must not expect crowns where Christ found a cross. They must not reckon to ride in triumph through the streets, which saw the Savior hurried to a malefactor's death. We must suffer with him if we would be glorified with him. Fellowship in his sufferings is needful to communion with his glory. Then consider our Lord's experience with regard to the prince of the power of the air. Satan was no friend to Christ, but finding him in the desert, he came to him with this accursed, if thou be the Son of God. With that attack upon his sonship, the fiend commenced the battle. If thou be the Son of God,
You know how thrice he assailed him with those temptations which are most likely to be attractive to poor humanity. But Jesus overcame them all. The arch-enemy, the old dragon, was always nibbling at the heel of our great Michael, who has forever crushed his head. We are predestined to be conformed to Christ in that respect. The serpent's subtlety and cruelty will assail us also. A tempted head involves tempted members. Satan desires to have us and to sift us as wheat. He attacked the shepherd, and he will never cease to worry the sheep. Inasmuch as we are of the seed of the woman, there must be enmity between us and the seed of the serpent. And as to all evil, our Lord's entire life was one perpetual battle. He was fighting evil in the high places and evil in the low, evil among the priests and evil among the people, evil in a religious dress, in Phariseeism, and evil in the dress of philosophy among the Sadducees. He fought it everywhere. He was the foe of everything that was wrong, false, selfish, unholy, or impure. And you and I must be conformed to Christ in this respect. We are to be holy, harmless, undefiled, and separate from sinners. Ye are of God, little children, and the whole world lieth in the wicked one. We are chosen out of the world, to be peculiar people, adversaries to all evil, never sheathing our sword until we enter into our rest. We are to be like him then, in nature, in relation, in experience. Fourthly, we are to be conformed to Christ Jesus as to character. Time and ability alike fail us to speak of this. I only pray that God's Spirit may make our lives to speak of it. He was consecrated to God, so are we to be. The zeal of God's house ate him up, so should it consume us also. He went about his Father's business, so should we be ever occupied. Towards man he was all love. It becomes us to be the same. He was gentle and kind and tender. As he was, so are we to be in this world. He did not break the bruised reed, nor quench the smoking flax. Neither should we. Yet was he stern in the denunciation of all evil. So should we be. Purity, holiness, unselfishness, all the virtues, should glow in us as they shone in him. Ah, and blessed be God, they will too, by the work of the Spirit. Our text speaks not only of what we ought to be, but of what we shall be, for we are predestinated to be conformed to the image of God's Son. My brethren, what a glorious model! Behold it, wonder at it, and bless God for it. You are not to be conformed to the mightiest of the apostles. You will one day be purer than were Paul or John while here below. You are not to be conformed to the sublimest of the prophets. You shall be like the prophet's master. You are not to be content with your own conception of what is beautiful and lovely. But God's perfect conception incarnated in his own Son is that to which you will certainly be brought by the predestination of God. Just a sentence upon another point. We are to be conformed to the image of his Son. Fifthly, as to our inheritance, for he is heir of all things. And what less are we heirs of, since all things are ours? He is heir of this world. Thou madest him to have dominion over all the works of thy hands. Thou hast put all things under his feet, all sheep and oxen, yea, and the fowl of the air and the fish of the sea, and whatsoever passeth through the paths of the sea. We see not yet all things put under man, yet we see Jesus, who is made a little lower than the angels, for the suffering of death, crowned with glory and honor. And in the person of Christ Jesus this day we, the men who are made in his image, have dominion over all things, being all made kings and priests unto God, and in Christ Jesus ordained to reign with him forever and ever. If children, then heirs, says the apostle. Therefore whatever Christ has we have, and though we may be very poor and unknown, yet whatever belongs to Christ belongs to us. The good of all the land of Egypt is yours, said Joseph to his brethren. And Jesus said this to all the people, all are yours, for ye are Christ's, and Christ is God's. I must close this point.
Time goes much too swiftly this morning when descanting upon the delightful theme by observing that we are to be conformed to Christ in his glory. We will think of our bodies, for that is a point surrounded with consolation, since he shall change our vile body, and make it like unto his glorious body. We are like Adam now in weakness and pain, and we shall soon be like him in death, returning to the ground whence we were taken. But we shall rise again to a better life, and then shall we wear in glory and incorruption the image of the second Adam, the Lord from heaven. Conceive the beauties of the risen Redeemer. Let your faith and your imagination work together to portray the unutterable glories of Emmanuel, God with us, as he sits at the right hand of the Father. Such and so bright shall our glories be in the day of the redemption of the body. We shall behold his glory. We shall be with him where he is, and we shall be ourselves glorious in his glory. Is he exalted? You also shall be lifted up. Is he king? You shall not be uncrowned. Is he a victor? You also shall bear a palm. Is he full of joy and rejoicing? So also shall your soul be filled to the brim with delights. Where he is, every saint shall be ere long. Thus, much upon the sacred end of predestination. Now, observe that predestination is the impelling force towards this conformity. The truth divides itself thus. It is the will of God that conforms us to Christ's image, rather than our own will. It is our will now, but it was God's will when it was not our will. And it only became according to our will when we were converted, because God's grace has made us willing in the day of its power. We cannot be made like Christ unwillingly. A consenting will is essential to the likeness of Christ. Unwilling obedience would be disobedience. Naturally, we never will towards good without God, but God works in us to will and to do. God treats us as men, responsible and intelligent, and not as stone or metal. He made us free agents, and he treats us as such. We are willing now to be conformed to the image of Jesus. Yea, we are more than willing. We are anxious and desirous for it. But still the main and first motive power lay not in our will, but in his will. And today, the immutable force which is best to be depended upon does not lie in our fickle, feeble will, but in the unchanging and omnipotent will of God. The force that is conforming us to Christ is the will of God in predestination. And so, too, it is rather God's work than our work. We are to work with God in the matter of our becoming like to Christ. We are not to be passive like wood or marble. We are to be prayerful, watchful, fervent, diligent, obedient, earnest, and believing, but still the work is God's. Sanctification is the Lord's work in us. Thou hast wrought all our works in us, from the first, and now, and to the last. He that hath wrought us to the same self thing is God, who also hath given to us the earnest of the Spirit. There is no holiness in us of our own creating, no good thing in us of our own fashioning. Every good gift and every perfect gift is from above. Not unto us, but unto thy name be praised. Still true as it is that we are free agents, yet the Lord is the potter, and we are the clay upon the wheel, and it is his work and not ours that makes us like to Christ. If there be a touch of our finger anywhere upon the vessel, it mars and does not beautify. It is only where God's hand has been that the vessel begins to assume the form of the model. Therefore, beloved, all the glory must be unto God, and not to us. It is a great honor to any man to be like Christ. God does not intend that his children should have no honor, for he puts honor upon his own people. But still, the true glory lies with him, since he has made us and not we ourselves. Cannot we say this morning with thankful hearts, by the grace of God, I am what I am? And do we not feel that we shall lay all our honors, whatever they may be, at his dear feet, who hath, according to his abundant mercy, predestined us to be conformed to the image of his Son? Now I must come to the third point, upon which with brevity. It sweetly appears that the ultimate end of all this is Christ, predestinated to be conformed to the image of his Son, that he, God, is always striving at something for him, his well-beloved Son. He aims at his own glory in the glory of his dear Son.
If he blesses us, the text of the last Sabbath is true. Not for your sakes do I this. It is for the sake of a higher, a better one than we are. It is that he might be the firstborn. Now, if I understand the passage before us, it means this. First, God predestinates us to be like Jesus, that his dear Son might be the first of a new order of beings, elevated above all other creatures, and nearer to God than any other existences. He was Lord of angels, seraphim, and cherubim obeyed his behests. But the Son desired to be at the head of a race of beings more nearly allied to him than any existing spirits. There was no kinship between the Lord Jesus and angels, for to which of the angels had the Father said at any time, "Thou art my Son"? They are by nature servants, and he is the Son. This is a wide distinction. The eternal Son desired association with beings who should be sons as he was, towards whom he could stand in a close relationship, as being like to them in nature and sonship. And the Father therefore ordained that his seed, whom he had chosen, should be conformed to the image of the Son, that his Son might head up and be chief among an order of beings more nearly akin to God than any other. The serpent said to Eve, "God doth know that ye shall be as gods, knowing good and evil." That lie had in it a residuum of truth, for by sovereign grace we have become such. There were no obedient creatures in the world of that sort, knowing good and evil in the days of Eden's glory. The angels in heaven had known good, and only good, and preserved by grace had not fallen. The evil spirit had fallen, and he knew evil, but he had forgotten good, and was incapable of ever choosing it again. He is now forever banished from hope of restoration. But here are we, who know both good and evil. We understand the one and the other too. And now there is begotten in us a nature which loves holiness and cannot sin. Because it is born of God, we are left free agents. Yea, we are freer than ever we were. And yet in this life, and in the life to come, our path is like that of the just, which shineth more and more unto the perfect day. Angels know not evil, have never had to battle with evil known and felt within. They have not tried the paths of sinful pleasure, and through grace been turned from them, so with full purpose of heart to cleave to holiness forever. Jesus now heads a race, assailed but victorious, sorely tempted but enabled to overcome. Joyfully and cheerfully, forever shall it be our delight to do the Father's will. Forever with Christ at our head, we shall be the nearest to the eternal throne, the most attached of servants, because also sons, the most firmly adhesive to good, because we once knew the bitterness of evil. Even as Christ had to drink the cup of suffering for sin, we also have sipped of it. We have known horror caused by guilt, and therefore, for the future shall be throughout eternity a nobler race, freer to serve, and serving God after a nobler fashion than any other creatures in the universe. I take it that it is the meaning of the text that the Lord would have Christ to be the first of a nobler order of beings. But, secondly, the object of grace is that there may be some in heaven whom Christ can hold brotherly converse. Note the expression, many brethren, not that he might be the firstborn among many, but among many brethren, who should be like unto himself. Our blessed Lord delights in fellowship. Such is the greatness of his heart, that he would not be alone in his glory, but would have associates in his happiness. Now I speak with bated breath. God can do all things, but I see not any way by which he could give his only begotten Son beings that should be akin to himself, except through the processes which we discover in the economy of grace. Here are beings that know evil, and know also good, being placed under infinite obligations by bonds of love and gratitude to choose forever the good, beings with a nature so renewed that they always must be holy beings. And these beings can commune with the incarnate God upon suffering as angels cannot, upon the penalty of guilt as angels cannot, upon heart throes, conflicts, reproaches, and brokenness of spirit as angels cannot. And to them the Lord Jesus can reveal the glory of holiness, the bliss of conquering sin, and the sweetness of benevolence, as only they can comprehend them. Renewed men are made fit companions for the Son of God. He shall feast all the more joyously, because they shall eat bread with him in his kingdom. He shall be joyful when he declares the Lord's name unto his brethren. He shall joy in their joy, and be glad in their gladness. No doubt, however, the text means that these will forever love and honor the Lord Jesus Christ himself. The children look up to the firstborn. In the East, the firstborn is the Lord and King of the household. We love Jesus now and esteem him our head and chief. How will we, when we get to heaven, love and adore him as our dear elder brother, with whom we shall be on terms of the closest familiarity and most reverent obedience? How joyfully we will serve him, how rapturously adore him. Shall we not want our voices to be made more loud until they become as thunders, or like many waters? Or surely we would not be able to praise him as we would. If there be work to do for him in future ages, we will be the first to volunteer for service. If there be battles to be fought in times to come with other rebellious races, if there be wanted servants to fly over the vast realms of the infinite to carry Jehovah's messages, who shall fly so swiftly as we shall? When once we feel that in his courts we shall not dwell as mere servants, but as members of the royal family, partakers of the divine nature, nearest to God himself. What bliss to know that he who is very God, a very God, and sits on the eternal throne, is also of the same nature with ourselves, our kinsman, who is not ashamed even amidst the royalties of glory to call us brethren. O brethren, what honors are ours! What a heritage lies before us! Who among us would change with Gabriel? We need have no need to envy angels. For what are they but mere ministering spirits, servants in our Father's halls? But we are sons, and sons of no inferior order, no sons of a secondary rank, like Abraham's children born of Keturah, or like the son of the bondwoman. But we are the Isaacs of God, born according to the promise, heirs of all that he hath, a seed beloved of the Lord forever. Oh, what joy ought to fill our spirits this morning, as the prospect which this text reveals, and which predestination secures. Perhaps our fullest thought upon the text is this: God was so well pleased with his Son, and saw such beauties in him, that he determined to multiply his image. My beloved, said he, thou shalt be the model by which I shall fashion my noblest creatures. I will for thy sake make men able to converse with thee, and bound to thee by bands of love, who shall be next of kin to myself, and in all things like to thee. Behold, from heaven's mint, golden pieces of inestimable value are sent forth, and each one bears the image and superscription of the Son of God. The face of Jesus is more lovely to God than all the worlds. His eyes are brighter than the stars. His voice is sweeter than bliss. Therefore doth the Father will to have his Son's beauty reflected in 10,000 mirrors, and saints made like to him, and his praises chanted by myriads of voices of those who love him, because his blood has saved them. The Father knew how happy his Son would be to associate his chosen with himself, for of old his delights were with the sons of men. As a shepherd loves his sheep, as a king loves his subjects, so Jesus loves to have his people around him. But deeper yet is the mystery, as it is not good for man to be alone. And as for this cause doth a man leave his father and mother, and is joined unto his wife, and they twain are one flesh. Even so it is with Christ and his church. He was made like to her for her salvation, and now she is made like to him for his honor. In what way could the Father put greater honor on his Son than by forming a race like to himself, who shall be the many brethren, among whom he is the well-beloved firstborn? Now, brethren, this word I say, and send you home. Keep your model before you. You see what you are to come to. Therefore, set Christ before your eyes always. You see what you are predestinated to be. Aim at it. Aim at it every day. God worketh, and he worketh in you not to sleep, but to will and to do according to his own good pleasure. Brethren, grieve at your failures. When you see anything in yourselves that is not Christ-like,
mourn over it, for it must be put away. It is so much dross that must be consumed. You cannot keep it, for God's predestination will not let you retain anything about you which is not according to the image of Christ. Cry mightily to the Holy Spirit to continue his sanctifying work upon you. Beseech him not to be grieved and vexed, and therefore in any measure to stay his hand. Cry, Lord, melt me, pour me out like wax, and set thy seal upon me, until the image of Christ be clearly there. Above all, commune much with Christ. Communion is the fountain of conformity. Live with Christ, and you will soon grow like Christ. They said of Achilles, the greatest of the Grecian heroes, that when he was a child they fed him upon lion's marrow, and so made him brave. Feed upon Christ, and be Christ-like. They record on the other hand of bloodthirsty Nero, that he became so because he was suckled by a woman of a ferocious barbaric nature. If we drink in our nutriment from the world, we shall be worldly. But if we live upon Christ and dwell in him, our conformity with him shall be readily accomplished, and we shall be recognized as brethren of that blessed family of which Jesus Christ is the firstborn. How I wish everyone here had a share in the text. I mourn that some have not. For he that believeth not on the Son hath not life, and therefore cannot have conformity to a living Christ. God grant to you all to be believers in Christ, now and forever. Amen and amen. End of Charles Spurgeon's sermon number 1043, 1872, Glorious Predestination.
Help for the Hard Times by George Washington Carver. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Help for the Hard Times. Important to farmers. Take note. I have asked Professor George W. Carver to make a careful study of the condition and needs of the farmers in Macon and surrounding counties, and to publish something that would be of immediate and practical help to the farmers in this section. It will pay, in my opinion, for every man interested in farming, whether a large farmer or a small farmer, to read carefully the suggestions which Professor Carver has made. If these suggestions are followed, even in a slight degree, I believe that the result will be that prosperity and happiness will come to many farmers who now feel depressed and discouraged. If the farmers will follow the advice given by Professor Carver, instead of the present low price of cotton proving a drawback, it is going to prove a permanent blessing to all the people. If additional copies of this circular are needed, they can be secured in small or large quantities by applying to this institution. Booker T. Washington, Principal, Tuskegee Institute, Alabama. Important things to be done in February, March, and April. Now is the most important time of all to lay a good foundation for a prosperous year in the matter of food supplies and providing for a little ready cash at all times. This can be done by having a good garden, a few fowl well cared for, a pig or two, and always being on the alert to take advantage of many little opportunities to make a few dimes as they present themselves to you from time to time during the year. February. The first essential is a good garden. One cannot really estimate its value in dollars and cents. A well-kept garden should furnish, directly and indirectly, 1/2 of the food supply of the family, besides going to a long way towards keeping the family healthy. With a little intelligent effort, every person can have a good garden. Begin now by hauling out leaves, rich earth from the woods, and muck from the rich swamps. Spread this on the ground at least 6 inches deep, spade or turn under with a plow to a depth of 8 or 9 inches, spread on another layer of rich earth leaves, etc., in the same way, except to every 2 loads of leaves, muck, etc., mix 1 of barnyard manure. Plow again just deep enough to cover the manure up well. Rake or harrow thoroughly, and begin planting the following: Irish white potatoes, English peas, onion sets and shallots, sow early Jersey Wakefield, extra selected Charleston, improved early drumhead, and early flat Dutch cabbage seed, parsnips, beets, spinach, carrots, lettuce, radish, mustard, parsley, eggplants, pepper, and tomato seed should be planted in boxes in the house, hotbeds, cold frames, or protected places. About the middle of the month, plant a patch of early corn. March. Make another sowing of English peas, cabbage, cauliflower, more onion sets, shallots, etc. may be planted. Also plant collards, corn, cowpeas, peanuts, okra, squash, cushaws, cucumbers, pumpkins, watermelons, cantaloupes, parsnips, carrots, radish, lettuce, parsley, snap and lima beans. Sweet potatoes should be bedded. April. Replant all the seeds of last month that made a poor stand. Set cabbage, eggplants, and tomatoes in open ground. Have tin cans, boxes, or paper hoods ready to turn over the tomatoes and eggplants, in case a late frost should make its appearance. In this way, early tomatoes can be had. Cotton seeds may be planted. Ways to make money. First, of the many ways to keep a little cash coming in with a considerable degree of regularity, the following are the most important. 12 good hens and 1 rooster well cared for will not only furnish the family with plenty of eggs, but enough for setting and a surplus to sell. Chickens, both old and young, can be sold at all times, and chickens hatched now always bring a fancy price just as soon as they reach the broiling or frying stage. The Rhode Island Reds and barred Plymouth Rocks have been the most satisfactory all-purpose fowl with us. Select either of these breeds you wish and give them good attention, and you will be surprised at the income they will bring you. Second, there is always a demand for early cabbage, tomatoes, sweet potatoes, peppers, and eggplants. All of these are easily grown in hotbeds, cold frames, or in boxes and sunny windows. Third, lettuce, parsley, radishes, and onions are easily grown in the same way as above described, and at this time of year will sell readily. Fourth, light wood from fat pine trees and stumps sell readily, as well as good dry wood. In many places there are large quantities of old dead trees going to waste that would make excellent wood and kindling, which would sell without any trouble if cut and brought to the market. A few hours a week spent in this way will bring surprising returns. Fifth, homemade shingles, fence palings, baskets, horse collars, quilts, rugs, shuck mats, axe, hatchet, hoe, and forecandles can be sold if made well and a reasonable price asked. The same is true with many styles of homemade lace and fancy work. Sixth, nearly everyone prefers home-canned and home-preserved fruits and vegetables to those put up in a commercial way, and anyone doing this artistically and cheaply would command patronage. This includes lie hominy. Seventh, have 1 or 2 hogs. They can be raised, beginning in April with pigs, to maturity with practically no cash outlay, by giving them all the slops and refuse vegetables from the garden, plus the weeds, etc., that grow in such abundance everywhere. Homemade sausage is a luxury, and all one has to do is to let people know they have it to sell. The demand here is never satisfied. Much the same is true of souse, hogshead cheese, scrapple, pig's feet and ears, chitterlings, together with a fine lot of choice lard and cracklings. I have said nothing for the value of a good cow, taking for granted that she is out of your reach just now, but make your plans to secure one at the earliest possible date. If given the proper care, she will furnish at least half the family's living. These are only a few of the many ways of becoming thrifty and self-supporting. Begin at once to put some of them into effect. Others, I am sure, will suggest themselves to you. Signed, G.W. Carver, Director, Department of Research and Experimentation, Tuskegee Normal and Industrial Institute. End of Help for the Hard Times, by George Washington Carver.
The Invitation and the Inviter, by Soren Kierkegaard. From Preparation for a Christian Life, published in 1850. Translated by Lee M. Hollander in 1923. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Invitation and the Inviter. Let us forget for a little while what in the strictest sense constitutes the offense, which is that the inviter claims to be God. Let us assume that he did not claim to be more than a man, and let us then consider the inviter and his invitation. The invitation is surely inviting enough. How then shall one explain the bad relation which did exist, this terribly wrong relation? That no one, or practically no one, accepted the invitation. That, on the contrary, all, or practically all, alas! And was it not precisely all who were invited? That practically all were at one in offering resistance to the inviter, in wishing to put him to death, and in setting a punishment on accepting aid from him. Should one not expect that after an invitation such as he issued, all who suffered would come crowding to him, and that all they who were not suffering would crowd to him, touched by the thought of such compassion and mercy, and that thus the whole race would be at one in admiring and extolling the inviter? How is the opposite to be explained? For that this was the outcome is certain enough, and the fact that it all happened in those remote times is surely no proof that the generation then living was worse than any other generations. How could anyone be so thoughtless as to believe that? For whoever gives any thought to the matter will easily see that it happened in that generation only because they chanced to be contemporaneous with him. How then explain that it happened, that all came to that terribly wrong end, so opposite of what ought to have been expected? Well, in the first place, if the inviter had looked the figure which purely human compassion would have him be, and in the second place, if he had entertained the purely human conception of what constitutes man's misery, why then it would probably not have happened. In the first place, according to this human conception of him, he should have been a most generous and sympathetic person, and at the same time possessed of all qualifications requisite for being able to help in all troubles of this world, ennobling the help thus extended by a profound and heartfelt human compassion. Withal, so they would imagine him, he should also have been a man of some distinction, and not without a certain amount of human self-assertion, the consequence of which would be, however, that he would neither have been able, in his compassion, to reach down to all sufferers, nor yet to have comprehended fully what constitutes the misery of man and of mankind. But divine compassion, the infinite unconcern which takes thought only of those that suffer, and not in the least of oneself, and which with absolute unconcern takes thought of all that suffer, that will always seem to men only a kind of madness, and they will ever be puzzled whether to laugh or to weep about it. Even if nothing else had militated against the inviter, this alone would have been sufficient to make his lot hard in the world. Let a man but try a little while to practice divine compassion, that is, to be somewhat unconcerned in his compassion, and you will at once perceive what the opinion of mankind would be. For example, let one who could occupy some higher rank in society, let him not, preserving all the while the distinction of his position, lavishly give to the poor, and philanthropically, that is, in a superior fashion, visit the poor and the sick and the wretched. No, let him give up altogether the distinction of his position, and in all earnest choose the company of the poor and the lowly. Let him live altogether with the people, with workmen, hodmen, mortar mixers, and the like. In a quiet moment, when not actually beholding him, most of us would be moved to tears by the mere thought of it. But no sooner would they see him in this company, him who might have attained to honor and dignity in the world, see him walking along in such goodly company, with a bricklayer's apprentice on his right side and a cobbler's boy on his left. But, well, what then? First, they would devise 1,000 explanations to explain that it is because of queer notions, or obstinacy, or pride, or vanity, that he chooses this mode of life. And even if they would refrain from attributing to him these evil motives, they will never be reconciled with the sight of him in this company. The noblest person in the world will be tempted to laugh the moment he sees it. And if all the clergymen in the world, whether in velvet, or in silk, or in broadcloth, or in satin, contradicted me, I would say, "You lie, you only deceive people with your Sunday sermons," because it will always be possible for a contemporary to say about one so compassionate, who it is to be kept in mind is our contemporary, "I believe he is actuated by vanity, and that is why I laugh and mock at him. But if he were truly compassionate, or had I been contemporary with him, the noble one, why then—" And now as to those exalted ones, who were not understood by men, to speak in the fashion of the usual run of sermons. Why, sure enough, they are dead. In this fashion these people succeeded in playing hide and seek. You simply assume that every contemporary who ventures out so far is actuated only by vanity. And as to the departed, you assume that they are dead, and that they, therefore, were among the glorious ones. It must be remembered, to be sure, that every person wishes to maintain his own level in life, and this fixed point, this steady endeavor, is one of the causes which limit human compassion to a certain sphere. The cheesemonger will think that to live like the inmate of a poorhouse is going too far in expressing one's sympathy, for the sympathy of the cheesemonger is biased in one regard, which is his regard of the opinion of other cheesemongers and of the saloon keepers. His compassion is therefore not without its limitations, and thus with every class. And the journalists, living as they do on the pennies of the poor, under the pretense of asserting and defending their rights, they would be the first to heap ridicule on this unlimited compassion. To identify oneself wholly and literally with him who is most miserable, and this, only this, is divine compassion. That is to men the too much, by which one is moved to tears in a quiet Sunday hour, and about which one unconsciously bursts into laughter when one sees it in reality. The fact is, it is too exalted a sight for daily use. One must have it at some distance to be able to support it. Men are not so familiar with exalted virtue to believe it at once. The contradiction seen here is, therefore, that this exalted virtue manifests itself in reality, in daily life, quite literally the daily life. When the poet or the orator illustrates this exalted virtue, that is, pictures it in a poetical distance from real life, men are moved. But to see this exalted virtue in reality, the reality of daily life, here in Copenhagen, on the market square, in the midst of busy everyday life, and when the poet or the orator does touch people, it is only for a short time, and just so long as men are able to believe almost in this exalted virtue. But to see it in real life every day, to be sure, there is an enormous contradiction in the statement that the most exalted of all has become the most everyday occurrence. In so far, then, it was certain in advance what would be the inviter's fate, even if nothing else had contributed to his doom. The absolute, or all which makes for an absolute standard, becomes by that very fact the victim. For men are willing enough to practice sympathy and self-denial, are willing enough to strive for wisdom, etc., but they wish themselves to determine the standard and to have that read to a certain degree. They do not wish to do away with all these splendid virtues. On the contrary, they want, at a bargain and in all comfort, to have the appearance and the name of practicing them. Truly divine compassion is therefore necessarily the victim so soon as it shows itself in this world. It descends on earth out of compassion for mankind, and yet it is mankind who trample upon it. And whilst it is wandering about among them, scarcely even the sufferer dares to flee to it for fear of mankind. The fact is, it is most important for the world to keep up the appearance of being compassionate. But this it made out by divine compassion to be a falsehood, and therefore away with divine compassion. But now the inviter represents precisely this divine compassion, and therefore he was sacrificed, and therefore even those that suffered fled from him. For they comprehended, and humanly speaking very exactly, what is true of most human infirmities, that one is better off to remain what one is than to be helped by him. In the second place, the inviter likewise had an other and altogether different conception than the purely human one as to what constitutes man's misery. And in this sense only he was intent on helping, for he had with him neither money, nor medicine, nor anything else of this kind. Indeed, the inviter's appearance is so altogether different from what human compassion would imagine it, that he is a downright offence to men. In a purely human sense there is something positively cruel, something outrageous, something so exasperating as to make one wish to kill that person, in the fact of his inviting to him the poor and the sick and the suffering, and then not being able to do anything for them except to promise them remission of their sins. Let us be human. Man is no spirit, and when a person is about to die of starvation, and you say to him, "I promise you the gracious remission of your sins," that is revolting cruelty. In fact, it is ridiculous, though too serious a matter to laugh about. Well, for in quoting these sentiments, I wish merely to let offended man discover the contradiction and exaggerate it. It is not I who wish to exaggerate. Well then, the real intention of the inviter was to point out that sin is the destruction of mankind. Behold now, that makes room, as the invitation also made room, almost as if he had said, "Procul, o procul este profani," or as if, even though he had not said it, a voice had been heard which thus interpreted the "come hither" of the invitation. There surely are not many sufferers who will follow the invitation, and even if there were one who, although aware that from this inviter no actual worldly help was to be expected, nevertheless had sought refuge with him, touched by his compassion, now even he will flee from him. For is it not almost a bit of sharp practice to profess to be here out of compassion, and then to speak about sin? Indeed, it is a piece of cunning, unless you are altogether certain that you are a sinner. If it is a toothache which bothers you, or if your house is burned to the ground, but if it has escaped you that you are a sinner, why then it was cunning on his part. It is a bit of sharp practice of him to assert, "I heal all manner of disease," in order to say when one approaches him, "The fact is, I recognize only one disease, which is sin. Of that I shall cure all them that labor and are heavy laden, all them that labor to work themselves free from the power of sin, that labor to resist the evil and to vanquish their weaknesses, but succeed only in being heavy laden. Of this malady he cures all persons, even if there were but a single one who turned to him because of this malady, he heals all persons. But to come to him on account of any other disease, and only because of that, is about as useful as to look up an eye doctor when you have fractured your leg. End of The Invitation and the Inviter by Søren Kierkegaard.
Marriage Rites, from the book Ancient Legends, Mystic Charms, and Superstitions of Ireland, with sketches of the Irish past, written by Lady Wilde. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In old times in Ireland, it was thought right and proper to seem to use force in carrying off the bride to her husband. She was placed on a swift horse before the bridegroom, while all her kindred started in pursuit with shouts and cries. 12 maidens attended the bride, and each was placed on horseback behind the young men who rode after the bridal pair. On arriving at her future home, the bride was met on the threshold by the bridegroom's mother, who broke an oat and cake over her head as a good augury of plenty in the future. In the mountains, where horses cannot travel, the bridal party walk in procession, the young men carrying torches of dried bogwood to light the bridge over the ravines, for in winter the mountain streams are rapid and dangerous to cross. The Celtic ceremonial of marriage resembles the ancient Greek ritual in many points. A traveller in Ireland some 50 years ago, before politics had quite killed romance, an ancient tradition in the hearts of the people, thus describes a rustic marriage festival which he came on by chance one evening in the wilds of Kerry. A large hawthorn tree that stood in the middle of a field near a stream was hung all over with bits of colored stuff, while lighted rush candles were placed here and there amongst the branches, to symbolize, no doubt, the new life of brightness preparing for the bridal pair. Then came a procession of boys marching slowly with flutes and pipes made of hollow reeds, and one struck a tin can with a stick at intervals with a strong rhythmical cadence. This represented the plectrum. Others rattled slates and bones between their fingers and beat time after the manner of the crotolistri, a rude attempt at music which appears among all nations of the earth, even the most savage. A boy followed, bearing a lighted torch of bogwood. Evidently he was Hymen, and the flame of love was his cognizance. After him came the betrothed pair, hand in hand, a large square canopy of black stuff being held over their heads, the emblem, of course, of the mystery of love, shrouded and veiled from the prying light of day. Behind the pair followed 2 attendants, bearing high over the heads of the young couple a sieve filled with meal, a sign of the plenty that would be in their house, and an omen of good luck and the blessing of children. A wild chorus of dancers and singers closed the procession, the chorus of the epithalamium, and grotesque figures, probably the traditional fauns and satyrs, nymphs and bacchanals, mingled together with mad laughter and shouts and waving of green branches. The procession then moved on to a bonfire, evidently the ancient altar, and having gone round it 3 times, the black shroud was lifted from the bridal pair, and they kissed each other before all the people, who shouted and waved their branches in approval. Then the preparations for the marriage supper began, on which, however, the traveller left them, having laid some money on the altar as an offering of goodwill for the marriage future. At the wedding supper there was always plenty of eating and drinking, and dancing and the feast were prolonged till near morning, when the wedding song was sung by the whole party of friends standing, while the bride and bridegroom remained seated at the head of the table. The chorus of one of these ancient songs may be thus literally translated from the Irish. It is not day, nor yet day. It is not day, nor yet morning. It is not day, nor yet day, for the moon is shining brightly. Another marriage song was sung in Irish frequently, each verse ending with the lines, "There is sweet enchanting music, and the golden harps are ringing, and 12 comely maidens deck the bride-bed for the bride." A beautiful new dress was presented to the bride by her husband at the marriage feast, at which also the father paid down her dowry before the assembled guests, and all the place round the house was lit by torches when night came on, and the song and the dance continued till daylight, with much speech-making and drinking of poteen. All fighting was steadily avoided at a wedding, for a quarrel would be considered a most unlucky omen. A wet day was also held to be very unlucky, as the bride would assuredly weep for sorrow throughout the year. But the bright warm sunshine was hailed joyfully, according to the old saying, "Happy is the bride that the sun shines on, but blessed is the corpse that the rain rains on." End of Marriage Rites by Lady Wilde.
Memorandum from the Under-Secretary of State to President Johnson, June 18, 1965, by George W. Ball. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Washington, June 18, 1965. Subject: Keeping the Power of Decision in the South Vietnam Crisis. 1. The Need to Keep Control. Ralph Waldo Emerson once wrote, "Things are in the saddle and ride mankind." Your most difficult continuing problem in South Vietnam is to prevent things from getting into the saddle, or, in other words, to keep control of policy and prevent the momentum of events from taking command. The best formula for maintaining freedom of decision is A. To limit our commitments in time and magnitude, and B. To establish specific time schedules for the selection of optional courses of action on the basis of pre-established criteria. 2. Outline of specific proposals. The North Vietnamese are apparently using the monsoon season as a test period to determine whether they can impose enough local defeats to demoralize the South Vietnamese and discourage the United States. I propose that we also treat the monsoon season as a test period, since we do not yet have enough experience with the direct employment of American combat forces to appraise our chances for military successes in the South. But in launching a vigorous effort to halt the Viet Cong offensive during the monsoon period, you should at the same time make it clear to your key advisers that, at the conclusion of that period, we will take a serious look at our accumulated experience and decide whatever long-range course of policy or action is indicated. For the fact is, and we can no longer avoid it, that, in spite of our intentions to the contrary, we are drifting toward a major war that nobody wants. I recommend, therefore, the following program. 1. Decide now to authorize an increase of American forces in South Vietnam to an aggregate total of 100,000, but no more, additional forces. These should be deployed as rapidly as possible in order to deal with the Viet Cong offensive during the rainy season. 2. Instruct your top advisers, limited in this case for security reasons to the Secretaries of State and Defense, and possibly also the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, A. That you are not committing U.S. forces on an open-ended basis to an all-out land war in South Vietnam. B. That instead you are making a controlled commitment for a trial period of 3 months. C. That on the basis of our experience during that trial period, we will then appraise the costs and possibilities of waging a successful land war in South Vietnam and chart a clear course of action accordingly. D. That, during the test period, in publicly stating American aims and purposes, American spokesmen should emphasize our willingness to stay in South Vietnam so long as we are wanted, a qualification that has tended to become submerged in recent months, and E. That, in carrying out this limited decision, your advisers should, during the 3 months period, press the war on the ground in South Vietnam as vigorously as possible, while seeking quietly and effectively to avoid those longer-term actions and commitments that would reduce your freedom of decision at the end of the period. 3. Direct your top advisers to prepare the following plans. A. A plan for continuing the land war in South Vietnam on a stepped-up basis. B. a plan for conducting a vigorous diplomatic offensive designed to bring about a political settlement, and c. plans for bringing about a military or political solution, short of the ultimate U.S. objectives, that can be attained without the substantial further commitment of U.S. forces. These last should be regarded as plans for cutting losses and eventually disengaging from an untenable situation. The reasoning underlying these proposals and the manner in which they might be carried out are elaborated in the balance of this memorandum. 3. Where we are now, on the threshold of a new war. In raising our commitment from 50,000 to 100,000 or more men and deploying most of the increment in combat roles, we are beginning a new war, the United States directly against the Viet Cong. Perhaps the large-scale introduction of American forces with their concentrated firepower will force Hanoi and the Viet Cong to the decision we are seeking. On the other hand, we may not be able to fight the war successfully enough, even with 500,000 Americans in South Vietnam, to achieve this purpose. Before we commit an endless flow of forces to South Vietnam, we must have more evidence than we now have that our troops will not bog down in the jungles and rice paddies, while we slowly blow the country to pieces. A review of the French experience more than a decade ago may be helpful. The French fought a war in Vietnam and were finally defeated, after 7 years of bloody struggle, and when they still had 250,000 combat-hardened veterans in the field, supported by an army of 205,000 South Vietnamese. To be sure, the French were fighting a colonial war, while we are fighting to stop aggression. But when we have put enough Americans on the ground in South Vietnam to give the appearance of a white man's war, the distinction as to our ultimate purpose will have less and less practical effect. Nor is our position in Vietnam without its historical ambiguities. From 1948 to 1954, we identified ourselves with the French by providing almost $4 billion of United States aid to help the French in Indochina wage war against the Viet Minh. As soon as our aid contributions began to mount, Ho Chi Minh denounced American imperialism. This campaign of denunciation was continued over the radio and through other propaganda media after the French withdrew and we began to help President Diem. Today, no one can say for certain how many Vietnamese are for us or against us. We have trouble collecting intelligence because few Vietnamese are willing to risk their necks to aid the American effort. And our popularity will diminish even further as we are forced to indulge in more and more area bombing, crop burning, etc. Ever since 1961, the beginning of our deep involvement in South Vietnam, we have met successive disappointments. We have tended to underestimate the strength and staying power of the enemy. We have tended to overestimate the effectiveness of our sophisticated weapons under jungle conditions. We have watched the progressive loss of territory to Viet Cong control. We have been unable to bring about the creation of a stable political base in Saigon. This is no one's fault. It is in the nature of the struggle. The French had much the same experience. They quoted the same kind of statistics that guide our opinions, statistics as to the number of Viet men killed, the number of enemy defectors, the rate of enemy desertions, etc. They fully believed that the Vietnamese people were on their side, and their hopes received intermittent shots of adrenaline from a succession of projects for winning the war, the de Lattre de Tassigny Plan, the Ceylon Plan, the Navarre Plan, etc. This does not mean that we cannot succeed where the French did not. We have things running for us that the French did not have. But we cannot yet be sure, and that is the reason for the trial period. For we have not so far seen enough evidence to be sure that the South Vietnamese forces will stand up under the heightening pressure, or in fact that the Vietnamese people really have a strong will to fight after 20 years of struggle. We cannot be sure how far the cancer has infected the whole body politic of South Vietnam, and whether we can do more than administer a cobalt treatment to a terminal case. Yet the more forces we deploy in South Vietnam, particularly in combat roles, the harder we shall find it to extricate ourselves without unacceptable costs if the war goes badly. With large forces committed, the failure to turn the tide will generate pressures to escalate. There will be mounting domestic demands that we expand our air attacks on the north so as to destroy Hanoi and Haiphong. Yet, if our air attacks threaten the total destruction of the North Vietnamese economy, Red China can hardly help but react. And our best Soviet experts do not believe that the Soviet Union could stand down in the event that we became involved directly with the Chinese. 4. Courses of action to be followed depending on results of test period. A. Actions if the fight goes well. If, on a careful appraisal of all the evidence accumulated during the test period, you are satisfied that the United States military power can stop and throw back the Viet Cong without unacceptable United States losses, you are then in position to decide on a longer-term aggressive strategy, of which the elements would be A. To commit whatever force is needed to do the job in South Vietnam as quickly and cheaply as possible. B. To continue our air attacks on North Vietnam, but avoiding the Hanoi-Haiphong complex and keeping well south of the Chinese border. C. To renew your assurances to the South Vietnamese and the world of our intention to stay the course. And D. To initiate the Atchison Plan and increase our diplomatic probes through third parties and a judicious use of pauses, while encouraging efforts of friendly countries to bring the North Vietnamese to the conference table. All of this is, of course, contingent on the continued maintenance of a minimum level of political stability in Saigon. B. Actions if the fight goes badly. If the evidence accumulated during the test period provides no reasonable assurance that the United States can conduct a successful land war in South Vietnam without a vast protracted effort, you should seek means of limiting the American commitment and finding a political solution at a level below the total achievement of our declared objectives. There are several ways of achieving this, none fully satisfactory. But a good general picks his own terrain and is prepared to execute tactical redeployments when events require it. Similarly, it is a part of good statesmanship to cut losses when the pursuit of particular courses of action threaten A. to lead to a costly and indeterminate result, or B. to produce an escalation of violence that could result in a major war. The technique of cutting our losses requires intensive study. No one has yet looked at the problem carefully, since we have been unwilling to think in those terms. I would suggest, however, that there are several alternative possibilities which should be carefully examined. A. Reducing our military commitment. The first is to devise a plan for limiting the defensive perimeter within South Vietnam to the cities and major towns, particularly those having access to the sea. This would deny to the Viet Cong the administrative, commercial, and industrial heart of the country. B. Letting nature take its course. A second approach is subtly to withdraw moral and political support from the government in Saigon. In this way, the non-communist and neutralist forces might be encouraged to work out some sort of compromise with the Viet Cong. Such an operation would require great finesse. However, the Saigon government is becoming more and more a fiction. In real terms, South Vietnam has an army but no government. While putting in train any operation of disengagement, we should, of course, simultaneously take steps to strengthen our position in Thailand and to create a diplomatic atmosphere around the world that would minimize the costs of U.S. withdrawal. To do this, we would rely heavily on the qualified nature of our commitment, to help defend the South Vietnamese so long, but only so long as they wished our help. C. Other possibilities. As a third possibility, we might consider variant means by which there might emerge a South Vietnamese determination to go it alone. One approach might be to encourage our friends to call for elections in South Vietnam in order to permit self-determination by a people engaged in civil war. Another might be to let our friends crank up a 14-nation conference. During the past weeks, we have concentrated on seeking a political solution that would fully meet our stated objectives in South Vietnam. Such a solution will not be feasible so long as the Viet Cong are winning or believe they are winning. Since we cannot yet be sure that we will be able to beat the Viet Cong without unacceptable costs, it would be prudent to undertake an additional study of the political means to achieve less than a satisfactory solution, or, in other words, a solution involving concessions on our side as well as the Viet Cong. The above suggestions are of the most preliminary kind. I am sure that other possibilities could be developed. George W. Ball. End of Memorandum from the Under-Secretary of State to President Johnson, June 18, 1965, by George W. Ball. Paper by the Under-Secretary of State, July 1, 1965, by George W. Ball. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Paper by the Under-Secretary of State. Washington, undated. A compromise solution for South Vietnam. 1. A losing war. The South Vietnamese are losing the war to the Viet Cong. No one can assure you that we can beat the Viet Cong or even force them to the conference table on our terms, no matter how many 100,000 white foreign, U.S. troops we deploy. No one has demonstrated that a white ground force of whatever size can win a guerrilla war, which is at the same time a civil war between Asians, in jungle terrain in the midst of a population that refuses cooperation to the white forces and the SVN, and thus provides a great intelligence advantage to the other side. 3 recent incidents vividly illustrate this point. A. The sneak attack on the Da Nang Air Base, which involved penetration of a defense perimeter guarded by 9,000 Marines. This raid was possible only because of the cooperation of the local inhabitants. B. The B-52 raid that failed to hit the Viet Cong, who had obviously been tipped off. C. The search and destroy mission of the 173rd Airborne Brigade, which spent 3 days looking for the Viet Cong, suffered 23 casualties, and never made contact with the enemy, who had obviously gotten advance word of their assignment. 2. The question to decide. Should we limit our liabilities in South Vietnam and try to find a way out with minimal long-term costs? The alternative, no matter what we may wish it to be, is almost certainly a protracted war involving an open-ended commitment of U.S. forces, mounting U.S. casualties, no assurance of a satisfactory solution, and a serious danger of escalation at the end of the road. 3. Need for a decision now. So long as our forces are restricted to advising and assisting the South Vietnamese, the struggle will remain a civil war between Asian peoples. Once we deploy substantial numbers of troops in combat, it will become a war between the United States and a large part of the population of South Vietnam, organized and directed from North Vietnam and backed by the resources of both Moscow and Peiping. The decision you face now, therefore, is crucial. Once large numbers of U.S. troops are committed to direct combat, they will begin to take heavy casualties in a war they are ill-equipped to fight in a non-cooperative, if not downright hostile countryside. Once we suffer large casualties, we will have started a well-nigh irreversible process. Our involvement will be so great that we cannot, without national humiliation, stop short of achieving our complete objectives. Of the two possibilities, I think humiliation would be more likely than the achievement of our objectives, even after we had paid terrible costs. 4. A compromise solution. Should we commit U.S. manpower and prestige to a terrain so unfavorable as to give a very large advantage to the enemy? Or should we seek a compromise settlement which achieves less than our stated objectives and thus cut our losses while we still have the freedom of maneuver to do so? 5. Costs of compromise solution. The answer involves a judgment as to the costs to the United States of such a compromise settlement in terms of our relations with the countries in the area of South Vietnam, the credibility of our commitments, and our prestige around the world. In my judgment, if we act before we commit substantial U.S. forces to combat in South Vietnam, we can, by accepting some short-term costs, avoid what may well be a long-term catastrophe. I believe we have tended greatly to exaggerate the costs involved in a compromise settlement. An appreciation of probable costs is contained in the attached memorandum, tab A. 6. With these considerations in mind, I strongly urge the following program. A. Military program. 1. Complete all deployments already announced, 15 battalions, but decide not to go beyond the total of 72,000 men represented by this figure. 2. Restrict the combat role of American forces to the June 9 announcement, making it clear to General Westmoreland that this announcement is to be strictly construed. 3. Continue bombing in the north, but avoid the Hanoi-Haiphong area and any targets nearer to the Chinese border than those already struck. B. Political program. 1. In any political approaches so far, we have been the prisoners of whatever South Vietnamese government was momentarily in power. If we are ever to move toward a settlement, it will probably be because the South Vietnamese government pulls the rug out from under us and makes its own deal, or because we go forward quietly without advance prearrangement with Saigon. 2. So far, we have not given the other side a reason to believe that there is any flexibility in our negotiating approach, and the other side has been unwilling to accept what in their terms is complete capitulation. 3. Now is the time to start some serious diplomatic feelers, looking towards a solution based on some application of the self-determination principle. 4. I would recommend approaching Hanoi rather than any of the other probable parties, the National Liberation Front, Moscow, or Peiping. Hanoi is the only one that has given any signs of interest in discussion. Peiping has been rigidly opposed. Moscow has recommended that we negotiate with Hanoi. The National Liberation Front has been silent. 5. There are several channels to the North Vietnamese, but I think the best one is through their representative in Paris, Mai Van Bo. Initial feelers with Bo should be directed toward a discussion both of the 4 points we have put forward and the 4 points put forward by Hanoi as a basis for negotiation. We can accept all but one of Hanoi's 4 points, and hopefully we should be able to agree on some ground rules for serious negotiation, including no preconditions. 6. If the initial feelers lead to further secret exploratory talks, we can inject the concept of self-determination that would permit the Viet Cong some hope of achieving some of their political objectives through local elections or some other device. 7. The contact on our side should be handled through a non-governmental cutout, possibly a reliable newspaper man who can be repudiated. 8. If progress can be made at this level, the basis can be laid for a multinational conference. At some point, obviously, the government of South Vietnam will have to be brought on board, but I would postpone this step until after a substantial feeling out of Hanoi. 9. Before moving to any formal conference, we should be prepared to agree that once the conference is started, A. The United States will stand down its bombing of the North. B. The South Vietnamese will initiate no offensive operations in the South. And C. The DRV will stop terrorism and other aggressive acts in the South. 10. Negotiations at the conference should aim at incorporating our understanding with Hanoi in the form of a multinational agreement guaranteed by the United States, the Soviet Union, and possibly other parties, and providing for an international mechanism to supervise its execution. George W. Ball. Attachment A. Probable reactions to the cutting of our losses in South Vietnam. We have tended to exaggerate the losses involved in a compromise settlement in South Vietnam. There are 3 aspects of the problem which should be considered. First, the local effect of our action on nations in or near Southeast Asia. Second, the effect of our action on the credibility of our commitments around the world. Third, the effect on our position of world leadership. A. Effect on nations in or near Southeast Asia. Free Asian reactions to a compromise settlement in South Vietnam would be highly parochial, with each country interpreting the event primarily in terms of A. its own immediate interest, B. its sense of vulnerability to communist invasion or insurgency, and C. its confidence in the integrity of our commitment to its own security based on evidence other than that provided by our actions in SVN. Within this framework, the following groups emerge. 1. The Republic of China and Thailand, staunch allies whose preference for extreme U.S. actions, including a risk of war with Communist China, sets them apart from all other Asian nations. 2. The Republic of Korea and the Philippines, equally staunch allies whose support for strong U.S. actions short of a war with Communist China would make post-settlement reassurance a pressing U.S. need. 3. Japan, an ally that would prefer wisdom to valor in an area remote from its own interests, where escalation could involve its Chinese or Russian neighbors or both. 4. Laos, a friendly neutral, dependent on a strong Thai-U.S. guarantee of support in the face of increased Vietnamese Pathet-Lao pressures. 5. Burma and Cambodia, suspicious neutrals whose fear of antagonizing Communist China would increase their leaning toward Peking in a conviction that the U.S. presence is not long for Southeast Asia. And 6. Indonesia, whose opportunistic marriage of convenience with both Hanoi and Peking would carry it further in its covert aggression against Malaysia, convinced that foreign imperialism is a fast-fading entity in the region. Of these varied reactions, the critical importance of Japan and Thailand calls for more detailed examination. Japan. According to our embassy, Japanese public opinion is largely unreceptive to our interpretation of the situation in Vietnam. Many, if not most Japanese, consider that the U.S. is endeavoring to prop up a tottering government that lacks adequate indigenous support. Public media stress the Civil War aspects of the struggle, portray Hanoi's resistance as determined and justified, and question our judgment as to the dangers of an eventual war with Communist China. The government as such supports our strong posture in Vietnam, but stops short at the idea of a war between the U.S. and China. Governmental leadership can, to a considerable extent, influence the public reaction in Japan. Government cooperation would, therefore, be essential in making the following points to the Japanese people. 1. U.S. support was given in full measure, as shown by our casualties, our expenditures, and our risk-taking. And 2. The U.S. record in Korea shows the credibility of our commitment so far as Japan is concerned. Thailand. Thai commitments to the struggles in Laos and South Vietnam are based upon a careful evaluation of the regional threat to Thailand's security. The Thais are confident that they can contain any threats from Indochina alone. They know, however, that they cannot withstand the massive power of Communist China without foreign assistance. Unfortunately, the Thai view of the war has seriously erred in fundamental respects. They believe American power can do anything, both militarily and in terms of shoring up a Saigon regime. They now assume that we really could take over in Saigon and win the war if we felt we had to. If we should fail to do so, the Thais would initially see it as a failure of U.S. will. Yet time is on our side, provided we employ it effectively. Thailand is an independent nation with a long national history and, unlike South Vietnam, an acute national consciousness. It has few domestic communists and none of the instability that plagues its neighbors, Burma and Malaysia. Its one danger area in the northeast is well in hand so far as preventive measures against insurgency are concerned. Securing the Mekong Valley will be critical in any long-run solution, whether by the partition of Laos, with Thai U.S. forces occupying the western half, or by some cover arrangement. Provided we are willing to make the effort, Thailand can be a foundation of rock and not a bed of sand on which to base our political military commitment to Southeast Asia. South Korea. As for the rest of the Far East, the only serious point of concern might be South Korea. But if we stop pressing the Koreans for more troops to Vietnam, the Vietnamese show no desire for additional Asian forces since it affronts their sense of pride, we may be able to cushion Korean reactions to a compromise in South Vietnam by the provision of greater military and economic assistance. In this regard, Japan can play a pivotal role now that it has achieved normal relations with South Korea. B. Effect on the credibility of our commitments around the world. With the exception of the nations in the Southeast Asian area, a compromise settlement in South Vietnam should not have a major impact on the credibility of our commitments around the world. Quite possibly, President de Gaulle will make propaganda about perfidious Washington, but even he will be inhibited by his much-heralded disapproval of our activities in South Vietnam. Chancellor Erhard has told us privately that the people of Berlin would be concerned by a compromise settlement in South Vietnam. But this was hardly an original thought, and I suspect he was telling us what he believed we would like to hear. After all, the confidence of the West Berliners will depend more on what they see on the spot than on news of events halfway around the world. They have much to gain by the prevention of a confrontation between East and West elsewhere, and by the gradual developments of a spirit of entente that might pave the way for ultimate reunification. In my observation, the principal anxiety of our NATO allies is that we have become too preoccupied with an area which seems to them an irrelevance, and may be tempted to neglect our NATO responsibilities. Moreover, they have a vested interest in an easier relationship between Washington and Moscow. By and large, therefore, they would be inclined to regard a compromise solution in South Vietnam more as new evidence of American maturity and judgment than of American loss of face. These would be the larger and longer-term reactions of the Europeans. In the short run, of course, we could expect some catcalls from the sidelines and some vindictive pleasure on the part of Europeans jealous of American power. But that would, in my view, be a transient phenomenon with which we could live without sustained anguish. Elsewhere around the world, I would see few unhappy implications for the credibility of our commitments. No doubt the communists will try to gain propaganda value in Africa, but I cannot seriously believe that the Africans care too much about what happens in Southeast Asia. Australia and New Zealand are, of course, special cases, since they feel lonely in the far reaches of the Pacific. Yet even their concern is far greater with Malaysia than with South Vietnam, and the degree of their anxiety would be conditioned largely by expressions of our support for Malaysia. C. Effect on our position of world leadership. On balance, I believe we would more seriously undermine the effectiveness of our world leadership by continuing the war and deepening our involvement than by pursuing a carefully plotted course toward a compromise solution. In spite of the number of powers that have, in response to our pleading, given verbal support from feelings of loyalty and dependence, we cannot ignore the fact that the war is vastly unpopular and that our role in it is perceptibly eroding the respect and confidence with which other nations regard us. We have not persuaded either our friends or allies that our further involvement is essential to the defense of freedom in the Cold War. Moreover, the more men we deploy in the jungles of South Vietnam, the more we contribute to the growing world anxiety and mistrust. End of Paper by the Undersecretary of State by George W. Ball.
Reminiscences of a Liverpool Shipowner by Sir William B. Forwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the north-east of the island of Ireland. Reminiscences of a Liverpool Shipowner by Sir William B. Forwood. Chapter 1. The Passing of the Sailing Ship. The old sailing ship, with all the romance which surrounds it, must long linger in the affectionate regard of all British people as the creator of our great overseas trade and the builder-up of our commercial prosperity. The sailing ship was the mistress of the seas for centuries. She founded our maritime supremacy, was the conveyor of the first fruits of our manufacturing industry to the ends of the world, and enabled us to train a race of sailors unequalled for their skill, courage, and patriotism, who, in times of national peril, have protected our homes and safeguarded the freedom of the world. Liverpool owes her greatness as a city, and her position as the first port in the world to her shipping. Possessing the only deep-water haven on the west coast, she naturally became the port of shipment for the manufacturers of Lancashire and Yorkshire. Directly our export trade began to develop. The beginnings of the shipping trade were small, for in 1751 there were only 220 vessels belonging to the port. The opening up of the American trade in 1756 gave a great impetus to shipping. It was destined, however, to receive a serious check by the worldwide war, which started in 1756 and was waged almost continuously for 60 years. The first of its long series of wars, known as the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1761, was followed by 12 years of peace, and it was during this time that our trade with America made its greatest headway. The War of Independence with America, which broke out in 1773, proved most disastrous to Liverpool. It paralysed our trade, and there was dire distress in the town. It is recorded, our docks are in a mournful sight, full of gallant ships laid up and useless. This unhappy war lasted 7 years, but perhaps the most terrible period for our shipping was in 1810, when America, feeling herself crushed between the upper and the nether milestone of Napoleon's mastery on land and England's supremacy by sea, declared war and threw her strength into privateering. The result to the trade of Liverpool was most disastrous. The number of ships entered the port fell from 6,729 in 1810 to 4,599 in 1812. When, in 1815, peace was again brought about, there was a most rapid recovery in business in every direction. Our British arms, which had been victorious in the Great War on the continent of Europe, had also made our country supreme at sea. Foreign shipping had almost disappeared, and our shipping trade reaped an enormous advantage, our tonnage rapidly increasing. The period from 1815 to 1860 may be termed the halcyon days of the British ship, and the period from 1850 to 1880 witnessed the passing of the sailing ship. With the passing of the sailing ship, we have lost many interesting and attractive features. The attitude of the ship owner has entirely changed. His quiet, leisurely occupation has gone, and with it much that was picturesque and gave pleasure and enjoyment. With the advent of the steamer, a new era opened up, characterized by the hustle of increased activity. Speed is the criterion aimed at, calling for constant and strenuous work. The ship owner of the golden days had time to take a deep personal interest in the upkeep of his ship. He strolled down from his office almost daily to the dock where she was lying. Of the 64 64th shares into which the ownership was divided, he probably owned at least one half. This gave him a very real concern in his ship's welfare. He watched and supervised her construction with the same solicitude as he would the building of his own house, and when completed she took up her loading berth in the Prince's or Salthouse dock, all fresh painted, the rigging tarred down, the ratlines all taut and evenly spaced, every rope and hawser carefully coiled down and in its place. It was excusable if the owner viewed his ship with some pride. A large poster displayed in the ship's rigging announced the port for which she was taking cargo and the date of sailing, a date which was never kept. She remained in dock week after week while her cargo gradually trickled down. This long delay involved a loss of interest and earning power, and also a serious loss of interest to the owners of cargo shipped by her. Mr. Donald Curry, when he left the Cunard Company, made up an ownery of 5 or 6 ships for the Calcutta trade, and was anxious that Jardine, Skilmer and Company of Calcutta should take the agency at that port, but they had suffered so much from the delay of their cargoes that they made it a condition of their acceptance that Mr. Curry should strictly adhere to his advertised dates of sailing, and certainly he had no cause to regret it, for particularly Jardines loaded his ships with their own goods, and Mr. Curry's fleet rapidly increased. This was the beginning of fixed days of sailing from Liverpool, which are now almost universal. Although the pleasure of a ship owner was more personal and greater in the days gone by, it was accompanied by much anxiety, and the risks were greater than those of today. A wooden ship was liable to decay, and the periodical surveys by Lloyd's were times of much concern. They might expose some defect which might involve the stripping and rebuilding of the part affected. The highest class at Lloyd's, A1, for 13 years soon ran out, and the continuation of the class always involved many repairs. The preparation of a captain's instructions prior to the commencement of a voyage entailed much thought. Every contingency had to be provided for. There were no cables by which subsequent instructions could be sent or the owner consulted. Cargoes at the loading ports were uncertain, and the change of ports in ballast had to be provided for. The most carefully worded instructions often failed to provide for the very contingency which happened, or more frequently the captain did some stupid thing. The owner was in dread lest his ship should find no homeward cargo and have to shift ports, or lest she be damaged or dismasted, and put into some remote port not contemplated in his instructions. He had visions of heavy repair bills and bottomry bonds. Sailing ship owning was profitable to those who possessed high-class ships, but I cannot recall many fortunes made out of softwood ships, the cost of their maintenance and repair being so heavy. In a brief resume of the history of the sailing vessel, it is not necessary to pass in review the early steps taken in the evolution of a ship, for ship owning did not assume a position of any importance before the year 1600, when, during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, the East India Company was founded. The East India Company's first ships were vessels of from 300 tons to 600 tons. They were all heavily armed and only conveyed the cargoes belonging to the company. The John Company was highly successful, and at the close of the 18th century had not only a large fleet of ships, but also possessed a large portion of the continent of India. The ships of the company were remarkable vessels. They were frigate-built, large carriers and stately-looking, but badly designed, very slow, required a large quantity of ballast, and their cost was about £40 per ton. Involvement in design and equipment was very slow. There existed no incentive to improvement. The profit made was derived mainly from the cargoes they carried, and it has been said that the improvements made in British shipping from the reign of Queen Elizabeth to the Victorian era were so gradual as to be perceptible only when measured by centuries. When we speak of the ships of the 16th, 17th and 18th centuries, we cannot but be surprised to find how slight were the improvements made during these 300 years. During the latter half of the 18th century, the finest ships were constructed in France, and at that period the best ships in the British Navy were those captured from the French. The Treaty of Peace between the United States of America and Great Britain, signed in 1814, marks the beginning of a new era in the history of shipping. The progress, however, for some years was slow. Design and construction were hindered by our obsolete tonnage laws, which encouraged the building of a very undesirable type of ship. Meanwhile, America was going ahead. Not only did she produce more ships, but they were well designed and equipped, and it was the general opinion that the American ship was superior to the British ship. When in 1832 the monopoly of the East India Company came to an end, and the commerce of the Orient was thrown open to all British ships, there was at once an effort made to establish British shipping on a broader and more substantial basis. The opening of the China and East India trades gave rise to that competition, which had been so long dormant, and without which there can be little incentive to improvement. The American trade gave the first and great impetus to ship-owning in Liverpool. The famous New York packets, the pioneer Black Ball Line, were established in 1816. This line consisted at first of vessels of from 300 to 500 tons register. These little ships, with their full bodies and bluff bows, made wonderful passages, averaging 23 days outwards and 43 days homewards. They were for many years the only means of communication between this country and the United States. The dramatic line was started in 1836 with vessels of about 700 tons, and it is noteworthy that the Sheridan of 895 tons, built the following year for this line, was found to be too large for the Liverpool trade. But the trade rapidly grew, and the packet ships gradually increased in tonnage. In 1846 the New World was built, of 1,400 tons. As a child I recollect being taken down to the dock to see this ship, as being the largest sailing ship in the world, and many still living will remember the Isaac Webb, the Albert Gallatin, the Guy Mannering, and the Dreadnought. The ships of the Black Ball Line and the Dramatic Line were grand ships, and made very wonderful passages. There are three outstanding events which greatly contributed to the improvement of British shipping, and may be said to mark the beginning of our great maritime position: the establishment in 1834 of Lloyd's Register, the founding in 1846 of the Marine Department of the Board of Trade, and in 1849 repeal of the navigation laws. These laws, devised originally for the protection of British shipping and to secure for it a certain monopoly of the carrying trade, had become antiquated and a hindrance to its development. It was not, however, until we found the commerce of the world was largely being carried by American ships, which were faster and better built, that an agitation was started to abolish those laws. There was considerable opposition to their repeal, and the first result was not encouraging. There was a decrease in the tonnage of British ships entering our ports, and a large increase in foreign tonnage, especially of American. And although this created a feeling of despondency, and gave rise to the fear that we had lost for ever our premier position in the overseas carrying trade, it really proved a great stimulus to enterprise and renewed exertion. And not many years elapsed before we had regained, and more than regained, our position in the shipping world. To America belongs the credit of introducing the clipper ship, which was specially designed to make rapid passages. The discovery of gold in California created a great rush, and there was a gigantic movement of human beings by land and by sea. The land journey across America was long and hazardous, and this gave rise to a large emigration by sea, and the necessity for providing a class of ship which would be able to make rapid passages. This the old-fashioned, frigate-built ship was unable to do. The era of the clipper ship may be said to date from 1848, when gold was first discovered in California. The building of these ships in America proceeded rapidly, and in 4 years 160 were built. They were the swiftest ships the world had ever seen, making the voyage from New York to San Francisco in from 100 to 220 days. They were remarkable for their fine lines, lofty spars, and great sail-carrying capacity. The discovery of gold in California in 1848 was quickly followed by the discovery of gold in Australia in 1851, and a rush of emigration immediately set in, which had been carried by sailing ships. The regular traders were small vessels with very limited passenger accommodation, so shipowners very quickly turned their attention to the clipper ships built in New England and in New Brunswick, which had been so successful in the Californian trade. The first clipper ship constructed for the Australian trade was the Marco Polo of 1,622 tons. She was built in 1851 at St. John's for James Baines and Company of Liverpool, and she was the pioneer of the famous Australian Black Ball Line. The Marco Polo was a handsome ship, built with a considerable rise of floor and a very fine after end, and carrying a large spread of canvas. She made some remarkable passages under the command of Captain Forbes, and did not hesitate to shorten the distance his ship had to travel by sailing on the Great Circle, and going very far south. The Marco Polo may be said to have set the pace in the Australian trade. She was quickly followed by such renowned ships as the Lightning, the James Baines, the Sovereign of the Seas, and the passages of these ships created as much public interest as those of our Atlantic greyhounds do today. We had also the White Star Line of Australian clippers, which owned the Red Jacket, the Blue Jacket, and the Chariot of Fame. The Red Jacket made the record passage of 64 days to Melbourne, and was one of the most famous of the American-built clippers. Although America can claim to have introduced the clipper ship, our English shipbuilders were not much behind, and the tea trade with China offered great rewards for speed, and the ship landing the first cargo of the new teas earned a very handsome premium. The competition was therefore very keen. These tea clippers were very beautiful vessels of about 800 to 1,000 tons, of quite an original type, and unlike the American clipper, they relied for their speed more upon the symmetry of their lines than upon the large sail area. They had less beam and less freeboard than the American clipper, and as their voyages necessitated a good deal of windward work, this was made their strong point of sailing, and probably they will never be excelled in this. The names of the Falcon, the Fiery Cross, the Lord of the Isles, will still dwell in the memory of many. In 1865 a memorable race took place between 10 celebrated tea clippers, and the evenness of their performances was remarkable. The times of the passages of the first 5, from the anchorage in China to Deal, varied from 99 to 101 days, and the prize, 10 shillings per ton, was divided between the Taiping and the Ariel, the one arriving first at Deal, and the other being the first to dock in London. There were similar races every year, which always aroused great interest. The greatest development in sailing ships was brought about by the substitution of iron for wood in their construction. The iron ship, among other advantages, could be of larger size, was more durable, and less costly in maintenance. And in 1863 a notable further improvement was made when, in the Liverpool ship Seaforth, steel lower masts, topmasts, and topsail yards, and also standing rigging of steel wire were introduced, and about the same time double topsail yards were adopted. We are apt to make light of the great increase in American shipping since the late war, and think that the competition of America will not last and will not be serious. We should, however, not forget how large a proportion of the world's carrying trade by sea was done by America prior to her Civil War in 1863, and the excellence of her ships. The tariffs she imposed after this war killed her shipping and made shipbuilding, except for her coastwise trade, impossible. The result of the late war has been to make the cost of shipbuilding nearly as great in this country as in America, and she will certainly make a serious bid for her share of the trade. With the passing of the old sailing ship, we have lost much that was picturesque and much that appealed to sentiment. The River Mersey, at the top of high water, filled with sailing craft of all kinds, from the great Australian clipper down to the Dutch galliot or the British sloop with her brown sails, presented a panorama which has no equal today, and called forth thoughts of adventure and pearls by the sea, which a great Atlantic liner, or even the modest coasting steamer, failed to suggest, although they may speak to us in the spirit of the times, of that security and speed which has brought the very ends of the earth together. This short sketch of the old sailing ship days would be incomplete without alluding to the position of the sailor, which was far from satisfactory. His life was hard and very rough. He usually lived in the forecastle, which was close and damp. The chain cables passed through it to the chain lockers below. The hawse pipes had often ill-fitting wooden plugs, and when the ship plunged into a head sea, the forecastle was flooded. There was no place for the men to dry their clothes, and no privacy. Their food was salt tack, and it was no wonder that they enjoyed their noggin of rum. These were, however, days before we had the luxury of preserved provisions or ice-houses. But the old British tar came of a hardy, good-humoured race. I have seen them, when off Cape Horn, take marling spikes aloft to knock the ice off the topsail, and merrily singing one of their chanties while they tied in a close reef. The pay of a sailor was small, £3 a month for an A.B., and when they returned home from a voyage, they were pounced upon by the boarding housekeepers, who did not let them out of their clutches while they had any money left. The neighbourhood of our sailors' home was a perfect hell, a scene of debauchery from morn to night. the sailor had no chance, and when he sailed again, he had no money to buy any decent or warm clothes. Thanks to such philanthropists as the late Samuel Smith, Alexander Balfour, and Monsignor Nugget, this reproach to Liverpool was, after a great and long fight, removed, and the interests of the sailor are today safeguarded in every way by the Board of Trade, and greater interest is exhibited in his welfare by the shipowner. While thus recording the conditions of a seaman's life, we must not forget that the conditions of life generally were much harder and rougher than those of today, and the sailor had many compensating advantages when at sea. It was while he was in port that he required safeguarding. End of chapter 1. The Passing of the Sailing Ship by Sir William B. Horwood.
The Place of Anarchism in Socialistic Evolution. An address delivered in Paris by Pierre Kropotkin. Translated by Henry Glass. Read by A.C.R. Thornton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org. The Place of Anarchism in Socialistic Evolution. Part 1. You must often have asked yourselves what is the cause of anarchism, and why, since there are already so many socialist schools, is it necessary to found an additional one, that of anarchism. In order to answer this question, I will go back to the close of last century. You all know the characteristics which marked that epoch. There was an expansion of intelligence, a prodigious development of the natural sciences, a pitiless examination of accepted prejudices, the formation of a theory of nature based on a truly scientific foundation, observation and reasoning. In addition to these, there was a criticism of political institutions bequeathed to humanity by preceding ages, and a movement towards the ideal of liberty, equality, and fraternity, which has in all times been the ideal of the popular masses. Fettered in its free development by despotism and by the narrow selfishness of the privileged classes, this movement, being at the same time favoured by an explosion of popular indignation, engendered the Great Revolution, which had to force its way through the midst of 1,000 obstacles both without and within. The revolution was vanquished, but its ideas remained. Though at first persecuted and derided, they became the watchword for a whole century of slow evolution. The history of the 19th century is summed up in an effort to put in practice the principles elaborated at the last century. This is the lot of revolutions. Though vanquished, they establish the course of the evolution which follows them. In the domain of politics, these ideas are the abolition of aristocratic privileges, abolition of personal government, and equality before the law. In the economic order, the revolution proclaimed freedom of business transactions. It said, quote, "Sell and buy freely. Sell, all of you, your products if you can produce, and if you do not possess the implements necessary for that purpose, but have only your arms to sell, sell them. Sell your labour to the highest bidder. The state will not interfere. Compete amongst yourselves, contractors. No favour shall be shown. The law of natural selection will take upon itself the function of killing off those who do not keep pace with the progress of industry, and will reward those who take the lead." End quote. The above is at least the theory of the Revolution of 1789, and if the state intervenes in a struggle to favour some to the detriment of others, as we have lately seen when the monopolies of mining and railway companies have been under discussion, such action is regarded by the liberal school as a lamentable deviation from the grand principles of the Revolution. What has been the result? You know only too well. Both men and women, idle opulence for a few, and uncertainty for the morrow and misery for the greater number. Crisis and wars for the conquest of markets, and a lavish expenditure of public money to find openings for industrial speculators. All this because in proclaiming liberty of contract, an essential point was neglected by our fathers. Not but what some of them caught sight of it, the best of them earnestly desired, but did not dare to realize it. While liberty of transactions, that is to say, a conflict between the members of society, was proclaimed, The contending parties were not equally matched, and the powerful, armed for the contest by the means inherited from their fathers, have gained the upper hand over the weak. Under such conditions, the millions of poor, raged against the few rich, could not do otherwise than give in. Comrades, you have often asked yourself, quote, whence comes the wealth of the rich? Is it from their own labour? It would be mockery to say that it was so. Let us suppose that Mr. Rothschild has worked all his life. Well, you also, every one of you working men, have also laboured. Then why should the fortune of Mr. Rothschild be measured by the hundreds of millions, while your possessions are so small? The reason is simple. You have exerted yourselves to produce by your own labour, while Mr. Rothschild has devoted himself to accumulating the product of the labour of others. The whole matter lies in that. But someone may say to me, quote, how comes it that millions of men thus allow the Rothschilds and the Mackays to appropriate the fruit of their labour? End quote. Alas, they cannot help themselves under the existing social system. But let us picture to our minds a city all of whose inhabitants find their lodging, clothing, food, and occupation secured to them on the condition of producing things useful to the community. And let us suppose a Rothschild to enter this city, bringing with him a cask full of gold. If he spends his gold, it will diminish rapidly. If he locks it up, it will not increase, because gold does not grow like seed, and after the lapse of 12 months, he will not find 110 pounds in his drawer if he only put 100 pounds into it. If he sets up a factory and proposes to the inhabitants of the town that they should work in it for 4 shillings a day while producing to the value of 8 shillings a day, they reply, quote, among us, you'll find no one willing to work on those terms. Go elsewhere and settle in some town where the unfortunate people have neither clothing, bread, nor work assured to them, and where they will consent to give you the lion's share of the result of their labour, in return for the barest necessities of life. Go, where men starve, there you will make your fortune. End quote. The origin of the wealth of the rich is your misery. Let there be no poor, then we shall have no millionaires. The fact I have just stated was such as the revolution of the last century did not comprehend or else could not act upon. That revolution placed face to face with 2 opposing ranks, the one consisting of a hungry, ill-clad army of former serfs, the other of men well provided with means. It then said to those 2 armies, quote, fight out your battle, end quote. The unfortunate were vanquished. They possessed no fortunes, but they had something more precious than all the gold in the world, their arms. And these arms, the source of all wealth, were monopolized by the wealthy. Thus we have seen those immense fortunes, which are the great characteristic feature of our age, spring up on all sides. A king of the last century, quote, the great Louis XIV, end quote, of mercenary historians, would never have dreamed of possessing a fortune such as are held by those kings of the 19th century, the Vanderbilts and the Mackays. On the other hand, we have seen the poor reduced still more, and more, to toil for others, and while those who produced on their own account have rapidly disappeared, we find ourselves compelled under an ever-increasing pressure to labour more and more to enrich the rich. Attempts have been made to remove these evils. Some have said, quote, let us give equal instruction to all, end quote, and forthwith education has been spread abroad. Better human machines have been turned out, but these educated machines still labour to enrich others. This illustrious scientist, that renowned novelist, despite their education, are still beasts of burden to the capitalist. Instruction improves the cattle to be exploited, but the exploitation remains. Next, there was great talk about association, but the workers soon learned that they could not get the better of capital by associating their miseries, and those who cherished this illusion most earnestly were compelled to turn to socialism. Timid, at the outset, socialism spoke at first in the name of Christian sentiment and morality. Men profoundly imbued with the moral principles of Christianity principles which it possesses in common with all other religions came forward and said, quote, "A Christian has no right to exploit his brethren," end quote. But the ruling classes laughed in their faces with the reply, quote, "Teach the people Christian resignation. Tell them in the name of Christ that they should offer their left cheek to whomsoever smites them on the right. Then you will be welcome. As for the dreams of equality which you find in Christianity, go and meditate on your discoveries in prison." End quote. Later on, Socialism spoke in the name of governmentalism. It said, quote, "Since it is the special mission of the state to protect the weak against the strong, it is the duty to aid working men's associations. The state alone can enable working men to fight against capital and to oppose the capitalistic exploitation of the free workshop of workers, pocketing the entire value of the produce of their labor." End quote. To this, the bourgeoisie replied with the grape shot in 1848. It was not until between 20 to 30 years later, at a time when the popular masses were invited to express their mind in the International Working Men's Association, that socialism spoke in the name of the people, and formulating itself, little by little, in the congresses of the Great Association, and later on among its successors, arrived at some such conclusion as the following. All accumulated wealth is the product of the labor of all, of the present, and of all the preceding generations. This hall in which we are now assembled derives its value from the fact that it is situated in Paris, this magnificent city built by the labors of 20 successive generations. If this same hall were conveyed amid the snows of Siberia, its value would be next to nothing. The machinery which you have invented and patented bears with itself the intelligence of 5 or 6 generations, and is only possessed of value because it forms part of that immense whole that we call the progress of the 19th century. If you send your lace-making machines amongst the natives of New Guinea, it will become valueless. We defy any man of genius of our times to tell us what share his intellect has had in the magnificent deductions of the book, the work of talent which he has produced. Generations have toiled to accumulate facts for him. His ideas have perhaps been suggested to him by a locomotive crossing the plains. As for elegance of design, he has grasped it while admiring the Venus of Milo, or the works of Murillo. And finally, if the book exercises any influence over us, it does so thanks to all the circumstances of our civilization. Everything belongs to all. We defy anyone soever to tell us what share of the general wealth is due to each individual. We see the enormous mass of appliances with which the 19th century has created. Behold those millions of iron slaves which we call machines, and which plane and saw, weave and spin for us, separate and combine the raw materials, and work the miracles of our times. No one has the right to monopolize any one of these machines, and to say to others, quote, "This is mine. If you wish to make use of it, you must pay me tax on each article you produce," end quote. Any more than the feudal lord of the Middle Ages had the right to say to the cultivator, quote, "This hill and this meadow are mine, and you must pay me tribute for every sheaf of barley you bind, and on each haycock you heap up," end quote. All belongs to everyone, and provided each man and woman contributes his and her share of labor for the production of necessary objects, they have a right to share in all that is produced by everybody. End of Part 1. Part 2. All things belong to all, and, provided that men and women contribute their fair share of labor for the production of necessary objects, they are entitled to their share of all that is produced by the community at large. Quote, "But this is communism," end quote, you may say. Yes, it is communism, but it is the communism which no longer speaks in the name of religion, or of the state, but in the name of the people. During the past 50 years, a great awakening of the working class has taken place. The prejudice in favor of private property is passing away. The worker grows more and more accustomed to regard the factory, the railway, or the mine, not as a feudal castle belonging to a lord, but as an institution of public utility, which the public has a right to control. The idea of possession in common has not been worked out from the slow deductions of some thinker buried in his private study. It is a thought which is germinating in the brains of the working masses, and when the revolution, which so close to this century has in store for us, shall have hurled confusion into the camp of our exploiters, you will see that the mass of the people will demand expropriation, and will proclaim its right to the factory, the locomotive, and the steamship. Just as the sentiment of the inviolability of the home has developed during the latter half of our century, so also the sentiment of the collective right to all that serves for the production of wealth has developed among the masses. It is a fact, and he who, like ourselves, wishes to share the popular life and follow its development, must acknowledge that this affirmation is a faithful summary of the people's aspirations. The tendency of this closing century is towards communism, not the monastic or barrack-room communism formerly advocated, but the free communism which places the products reaped or manufactured in common at the free disposal of all, leaving to each the liberty to consume them as he pleases in his own home. This is the solution of which the mass of people can most readily take hold, and it is the solution which the people demands at the most solemn epochs. In 1848 the formula, quote, "from each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs," end quote, was the one which went straight to the hearts of the masses, and if they acclaimed the Republic and universal suffrage, it was because they hoped to attain to communism through them. In 1871, also, when the people besieged in Paris desired to make a supreme effort to resist the invader, what was their demand? That free rations should be served out to everyone. Let all articles be put into one common stock, and let them be distributed according to the requirements of each. Let each one take freely of all that is abundant, and let those objects which are less plentiful be distributed more sparingly and in due proportions. This is the solution which the mass of the workers understand best. This is also the system which is commonly practiced in the rural districts of France. So long as the common land afford abundant pasture, what commune seeks to restrict their use? When brushwood and chestnuts are plentiful, what commune forbids its members to take as much as they want? And when the larger wood begins to grow scarce, what course does the peasant adopt? The allowancing of individuals. Let us take from the common stock the articles which are abundant, and let those objects whose production is more restricted be served out in allowances, according to requirements, giving preference to children and old persons, that is to say, the weak. And moreover, let all be consumed, not in public, but at home, according to individual tastes, and in company with one's family and friends. This is the ideal of the masses. But it is not enough to argue about communism and expropriation. It is furthermore necessary to know who should have the management of the common patrimony. And it is especially on this question that different schools of socialists are opposed to one another, some desiring authoritarian communism, and others, like ourselves, declaring unreservedly in favor of an anarchist communism. In order to judge between these two, let us return once again to our starting point, the revolution of the last century. In overturning royalty, the revolution proclaimed the sovereignty of the people, but, by an inconsistency which was very natural at the time, it proclaimed not a permanent sovereignty, but an intermittent one to be exercised at certain intervals only, for the nomination of deputies supposed to represent the people. In reality, it copied its institutions from the representative government of England. The revolution was drowned in blood, and nevertheless, representative government became the watchword of Europe. All Europe, with the exception of Russia, has tried it, under all possible forms, from government based on a property qualification to the direct government of the little Swiss republics. But strange to say, just in proportion as we have approached nearer to the ideal of a representative government, elected by a perfectly free universal suffrage, in that same proportion have its essential vices become manifest to us, till we have clearly seen that this mode of government is radically defective. It is not indeed absurd to take a certain number of men from out of the mass and to entrust them with the management of all public affairs, saying to them, quote, "Attend to these matters. We exonerate ourselves from the task by laying it upon you. It is for you to make laws on all matter of subjects, armaments and mad dogs, observatories, chimneys, instruction and street sweeping. Arrange these things as you please, and make laws about them, since you are the chosen one, whom the people has voted capable of doing everything." End quote. It appears to me that if a thoughtful and honest man were offered such a post, he would answer somewhat in this fashion. Quote, "You entrust me with a task which I am unable to fulfill. I am unacquainted with most of the questions upon which I shall be called on to legislate. I shall either have to work to some extent in the dark, which will not be to your advantage, or I shall appeal to you and summon meetings in which you will yourselves seek to come to an understanding on the questions in issue, in which case my office will be unnecessary. If you have formed an opinion and have also formulated it, and if you are anxious to come to an understanding with others who have also formed an opinion on the same subject, then all you need to do is communicate with your neighbors and send a delegate to come to an understanding with other delegates on this specific question. But you will certainly reserve to yourself the right of taking an ultimate decision. You will not entrust your delegate with the making of laws for you. This is how scientists and businessmen act each time they have to come to an agreement." End quote. But the above reply would be a repudiation of the representative system, and nevertheless it is a faithful expression of the idea which is growing everywhere. Since the vices of representative government have been exposed in all their nakedness, our age, however, has gone still further, for it has begun to discuss the rights of the state and of society in relation to the individual. People now ask what point the interference of the state is necessary in the multitudinous functions of society. Do we require a government to educate our children? Only let the worker have leisure to instruct himself, and you will see that, through the free initiative of parents and of persons fond of tuition, thousands of educational societies and schools of all kinds will spring up, rivaling one another in the excellence of their teaching. If we were not crushed by taxation and exploited by employers as we are now, could we not ourselves do much better than is now done for us? The great centres would initiate progress and set the example, and you may be sure that the progress realized would be incomparably superior to what we now attain through our ministries. Is the state even necessary for the defence of a territory? If armed brigands attack a people, is not the same people armed with good weapons the surest rampart to oppose the foreign aggressor? Standing armies are always beaten by invaders, and histories teach us that the latter are to be repulsed by a popular rising alone. While government is an excellent machine to protect monopoly, has it ever been able to protect us against ill-disposed persons? Does it not, by creating misery, increase the number of crimes instead of diminishing them? In establishing prisons into which multitudes of men, women, and children are thrown for a time, in order to come forth infinitely worse than when they went in, does not the state maintain nurseries of vice at the expense of taxpayers? In obliging us to commit to others the care of our affairs, does it not create the most terrible vice of societies, indifference to public matters? On the other hand, if we analyze all the great advances made in this century, our international traffic, our industrial discoveries, our means of communication, do we find that we owe them to the state or to private enterprise? Look at the network of railways which cover Europe. At Madrid, for example, you take a ticket for St. Petersburg direct. You travel along railroads, which have been constructed by millions of workers, set in motion by dozens of companies. Your carriage is attached, in turn, to Spanish, French, Bavarian, and Russian locomotives. You travel without losing 20 minutes anywhere, and the 200 francs you paid in Madrid will be divided to a nicety among the companies which have combined to forward you to your destination. This line from Madrid to St. Petersburg has been constructed in small isolated branches, which have been gradually connected, and direct trains are the result of an understanding which has been arrived at between 20 different companies. Of course, there has been a considerable friction at the outset, and at times some companies, influenced by an unenlightened egotism, have been unwilling to come to terms with the others. But, I ask, was it better to put up with this occasional friction, or wait until some Bismarck, Napoleon, or Genghis Khan should have conquered Europe, traced the lines with a pair of compasses, and regulated the dispatch of the trains? If the latter course had been adopted, we should still be in the days of the stagecoach. The network of railways is the work of the human mind proceeding from the simple to the complex, by the spontaneous efforts of the parties interested. And it is thus that all the great enterprises of our age have been undertaken. It is quite true, indeed, that we pay too much to the managers of these enterprises. This is an additional reason for suppressing their incomes, but not for confiding the management of European railways to a central European government. What thousands of examples one could cite in support of the same idea. Take all great enterprises such as the Suez Canal, the lines of Atlantic steamers, the telegraph which connects us with North and South America. Consider also that commercial organization which enables you on rising in the morning to find bread at the baker's, that is, if you have the money to pay for it, which is not always the case nowadays, meat at the butcher's, and all other things that you want at other shops. Is this the work of the state? It is true that we pay abominably dear for middlemen. This is, however, an additional reason for suppressing them, but not for believing that we must entrust the government with the care of providing for our feeding and clothing. If we closely scan the development of the human mind in our times, we are struck by the number of associations which spring up to meet the varied requirements of the individual of our age. Societies for study, for commerce, for pleasure and recreation, some of them very small for the propagation of the universal language, or for the certain method of shorthand writing, others with large arms, such as that which has recently been established for the defence of the English coast, or for the avoidance of lawsuits, and so on. To make a list of the associations which exist in Europe, volumes would be necessary, and it would be seen that there is not a single branch of human activity with which one or other does not concern itself. The state itself appeals to them in the discharge of its most important function, war. It says, quote, "We undertake to slaughter, but we cannot take care of our victims. Form a Red Cross society to gather up the wounded on the battlefield and to take care of them." End quote. Let others, if they will, advocate industrial barracks or the monastery of authoritarian communism. We declare that the tendency of society is in an opposite direction. We foresee millions and millions of groups freely constituting themselves for the satisfaction of all of the varied needs of human beings. Some of these groups organized by quarter, street, and house, others extending hands across the walls of cities, over frontiers and oceans. All of these will be composed of human beings who will combine freely, and after having performed their share of the productive labor, will meet together, either for the purpose of consumption, or to produce objects of art or luxury, or to advance science in a new direction. This is the tendency of the 19th century, and we follow it. We only ask to develop it freely, without any governmental interference. Individual liberty, quote, "Take pebbles," said Fourier, "put them into a box and shake them, and they will arrange themselves into a mosaic that you could never get by entrusting anyone the work of arranging them harmoniously." End quote. End of part 2. Part 3. Now let me pass to the third part of my subject, the most important with respect to the future. There is no more room for doubting that religions are going. The 19th century has given them the death blow, but religions, all religions, have a double composition. They contain, in the first place, a primitive cosmogony, a rude attempt at explaining nature, and they furthermore contain a statement of the public morality born and developed within the mass of the people. But when we throw religions overboard, or store them among our public records as historical curiosities, shall we also relegate to museums the moral principles which they contain? This has sometimes been done, and we have seen people declare that as they no longer believe in the varied religions, so they despised morality, and boldly proclaimed the maxim of bourgeois selfishness, quote, "Everyone for himself," end quote. But a society, human or animal, cannot exist without certain rules and moral habits springing up within it. Religion may go, morality remains. If we were to come to consider that a man did well in lying, deceiving his neighbours, or plundering them when possible, this is the middle-class business morality, we should come to such a pass that we can no longer live together. You might assure me of your friendship, but perhaps you might only do so in order to rob me more easily. You might promise to do a certain thing for me, only to deceive me. You might promise to forward a letter for me, and you might steal it just like an ordinary governor of a jail. Under such conditions, society would become impossible. And this is so generally understood that the repudiation of religions in no way prevents public morality from being maintained, developed, and raised to a higher and ever higher standard. This fact is so striking that philosophers would seek to explain it by the principles of utilitarianism, and recently Spencer thought to base the morality which exists upon us upon physiological causes and the needs connected with the preservation of the race. Let me give you an example in order to explain to you what we think on the matter. A child is drowning, and 4 men who stand upon the bank see it struggling in the water. One of them does not stir. He is a partisan of the, quote, "each one for himself," end quote, the maxim of the commercial middle class. This one is a brute, and we need not speak of him further. The next one reasons thus, quote, "If I save the child, a good report of my action will be made to the ruler of the heaven, and the Creator will reward me by increasing my flocks and my serfs," end quote. And thereupon he plunges into the water. Is he therefore a moral man? Clearly not. He is a shrewd calculator, that is all. The third, who is an utilitarian, reflects thus, or at least utilitarian philosophers represent him as so reasoning. Quote, "Pleasures can be classed in 2 categories, inferior pleasures and higher ones. To save the life of anyone is a superior pleasure, infinitely more intense and more durable than others. Therefore, I will save the child." End quote. Admitting that any man ever reasoned thus, would he not be a terrible egotist? And moreover, could we ever be sure that his sophistical brain would not at some given moment cause his will to incline towards an inferior pleasure, that is to say, towards refraining from troubling himself? There remains the 4th individual. This man has been brought up from his childhood to feel himself one with the rest of humanity. From his childhood, he has always regarded men as possessing interests in common. He has accustomed himself to suffer when his neighbours suffer, and to feel happy when everyone around him is happy. Directly he hears the heart-rending cry of the mother, he leaps into the water, not through reflection but by instinct, and when she thanks him for saving her child, he says, quote, "What have I done to deserve thanks, my good woman? I am happy to see you happy. I have acted from natural impulse, and could not do otherwise." End quote. You recognize in this case the truly moral man, and feel that the others are only egotists in comparison with him. The whole anarchist morality is represented in this example. It is the morality of a people which does not look for the sun at midnight, a morality without compulsion or authority, a morality of habit. Let us create circumstances in which man shall not be led to deceive or exploit others, and then by the very force of things the moral level of humanity will rise to a height hitherto unknown. Men are certainly not to be moralized by teaching them a moral catechism. Tribunals and prisons do not diminish vice. They pour it over society in floods. Men are to be moralized only by placing them in a position which shall contribute to develop them in those habits which are social, and to weaken those which are not so. The morality which has become instinctive is the true morality, the only morality which endures while religions and systems of philosophy pass away. Let us now combine the three preceding elements, and we shall have anarchy and its place in socialistic evolution. Emancipation of the producer from the yoke of capital, production in common, and free consumption of all the products of the common labor. Emancipation from the governmental yoke, free development of individuals in groups and federations, free organization ascending from the simple to the complex, according to mutual needs and tendencies. Emancipation from religious morality, free morality, without compulsion or authority, developing itself from social life and becoming habitual. The above is no dream of students. It is a conclusion which results from an analysis of the tendencies of modern society. Anarchist communism is the union of the two fundamental tendencies of our society, a tendency towards economic equality and a tendency towards political liberty. So long as communism presented itself under an authoritarian form, which necessarily implies government, armed with much greater power than that which it possesses today, inasmuch as it implies economic in addition to political power. So long as that was the case, communism met with no sufficient response. Before 1848 it could, indeed, sometimes excite for a moment the enthusiasm of the worker who was prepared to submit to any all-powerful government, provided it would release him from the terrible situation in which he was placed. But it left the true friends of liberty indifferent. Anarchist communism maintains that most valuable of all conquests, individual liberty, and moreover extends it and gives it a solid basis, economic liberty, without which political liberty, indelusive. It does not ask the individual who has rejected God, the universal tyrant, God the King, and God the Parliament, to give unto himself a God more terrible than any of the preceding, God the community, or to abdicate upon its altar his independence, his will, his tastes, and to renew the vow of asceticism which he formerly made before the crucified God. It says to him, on the contrary, quote, "No society is free as long as the individual is not so. Do not seek to modify society by imposing upon it an authority which shall make everything right. If you do, you will fail as popes and emperors have failed. Modify society, so that your fellows may not be any longer your enemies by the force of circumstances. Abolish the conditions which allow some to monopolize the fruit of the labor of others, and instead of attempting to construct society from top to bottom, or from center to circumference, let it develop itself freely from the simple to the composite, by the free union of free groups. This course, which is so much obstructed at present, is the true forward march of society. Do not seek to hinder it. Do not turn your back on progress, but march along with it. Then the sentiment of sociability, which is common to human beings, as it is to all animals living in society, will be able to develop itself freely, because our fellows will no longer be our enemies, and we shall thus arrive at the state of things in which each individual will be able to give free rein to his inclinations, and even to his passions, without any other restraint than the love and respect of those who surround him." End quote. This is our ideal, and it is the ideal which lies deep in the hearts of peoples, of all peoples. We know full well that this ideal will not be attained without violent shocks. The close of this century has a formidable revolution in store for us. Whether it begins in France, Germany, Spain, or Russia, it will be an European one, spreading with the same rapidity as that of our fathers, the heroes of 1848. It will set all Europe in a blaze. This coming revolution will not aim at a mere change of government, but will have a social character. The work of expropriation will commence, and exploiters will be driven out. Whether we like it or not, this will be done independently of the will of individuals, and when hands are laid on private property, we shall arrive at communism, because we shall be forced to do so. Communism, however, cannot be either authoritarian or parliamentary. It must either be anarchist or non-existent. The mass of the people does not desire to trust itself again to any saviour, but will seek to organize itself by itself. We do not advocate communism and anarchy because we imagine men to be better than they really are. If we had angels amongst us, we might be tempted to entrust to them the task of organizing us, though doubtless even they would show the cloven foot very soon. But it is just because we take men as the way they are. We say, quote, "Do not entrust them with the governing of you. This or that despicable minister might have been an excellent man if power had not been given to him. The only way of arriving at harmony of interests is by a society without exploiters and without rulers." End quote. It is precisely because men are not angels that we say, quote, "Let us arrange matters so that each man may see his interest bound up with the interest of others. Then you will no longer have to fear his evil passions." End quote. Anarchist communism being the inevitable result of existing tendencies, it is towards this ideal that we must direct our steps, instead of saying, quote, "Yes, anarchy is an excellent ideal," end quote, and then turning our backs upon it. Should the approaching revolution not succeed in realizing the whole of this ideal, still all that shall have been effected in the direction of it will remain, but all that shall have been done in the contrary direction will be doomed to disappear. It is a general rule that a popular revolution may be vanquished, but that, nevertheless, it furnishes a motto for the evolution of the succeeding century. France expired under the heel of the Allies in 1815, and yet the action of France had rendered serfdom impossible of continuance. All over Europe, the representative government inevitable. Universal suffrage was drowned in blood, and yet universal suffrage is the watchword of the century. In 1871, the Commune expired under volleys of grape-shot, and yet the watchword in France today is, quote, "the free commune," end quote. And if anarchist communism is vanquished in the coming revolution, after having asserted itself in the light of day, not only will it leave behind the abolition of private property, not only will the working man have learned his true place in society, not only will the landed and mercantile aristocracy have received a mortal blow, but communist anarchism will be the goal of the evolution of the 20th century. Anarchist communism sums up all that is most beautiful and most durable in the progress of humanity, the sentiment of justice, the sentiment of liberty, and solidarity or community of interest. It guarantees the free evolution both of the individual and of society. Therefore, it will triumph. That is the end of The Place of Anarchism in Socialistic Evolution, an address delivered in Paris by Pierre Kropotkin, translated by Henry Glass, read by A.C.R. Thornton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, visit LibriVox.org.
Sexual Neuroses by J.T. Kent. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare, in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Sexual Neuroses by J.T. Kent. Chapter 3. Onanism. I have adopted the term onanism more especially to illustrate a class of conjugal sins, and shall not use it, as generally applied, as a synonym for masturbation, but will define the term as it should be used. That the meaning of the word may be fully understood, I will quote 2 verses from Genesis, chapter 38, verses 8 and 9. And Judah said unto Onan, Go in unto thy brother's wife, and marry her, and raise up seed to thy brother. And Onan knew that the seed should not be his. And it came to pass, when he went in unto his brother's wife, that he spilled it on the ground, lest that he should give seed to his brother. It must not be supposed that Onan used his hand to facilitate an emission, but that he simply withdrew his penis and allowed the semen to be lost on the ground to prevent conception. Onanism is practiced more at the present day by married males than may at first be imagined. It is the commonest of all means used as a preventative of conception. The majority of so-called society women are wives of men who practice onanism. The word has come to signify masturbation or any intentional process of wasting the seminal fluid, but I have preferred its use here as it explains a practice which I have no other word for. The very common practice of withdrawing the organ before ejaculation is often a very hurtful one, as the orgasm is often incomplete, and there are more satisfactory ways of accomplishing what is intended by such a practice. Under the strict signification of the term, a child cannot be an onanist until after puberty, but he may be a masturbator. A woman cannot properly be called an onaness, but she may masturbate nevertheless. To present in a true light this conjugal vice, I excerpt from the Ohio Medical and Surgical Reporter the following most excellent paragraph, which illustrates in the pithy and elegant style that speaks volumes of argument and should be a lasting hint to cultured and scientific students in the learned profession of medicine. The sexual instinct has been given to man for the perpetuation of his species, but in order to refine this gift and set limits to its abuse, it has been wisely ordered that a purely intellectual quality, that of love, should find its most passionate expression in the gratification of this instinct. Dissociate the one from the other, and man sinks below the level of a brute. Destroy the reciprocity of the union, and marriage is no longer an equal partnership, but a sensual usurpation on the one side and a loathsome submission on the other. Consider the moral effects of such shameful manoeuvres. Wedlock lapses into licentiousness. The wife is degraded into a mistress. Love and affection change into aversion and hate. Without suffering some penalty, man cannot disturb the conditions of his well-being or trespass beyond its limitations. Let him traverse her physical laws, and nature exacts a forfeit. Dare he violate his moral obligations, an offended deity stands ready to avenge them. That this law is immutable, witness, from the history read to you, the estrangement between the husband and wife, witness his ill health and ill temper, and the wreck of body and mind to which she has been reduced. Again, from the Medical Advance for 1876, we find the following language written by Dr. Arnold. There is one phase of sexual depravity to which I would, in passing, call your attention. We are fully aware of the many devices used to avoid impregnation. It may be well to remember that such desires may, under certain circumstances, be excusable, but let us never forget the fact that generally they are conceived in iniquity. Of the many ways of avoiding possible conception, there is one so filthy mean and degrading, and fraught with such fearfully disastrous consequences to health, that I make special mention of it. I have reference to the practice of withdrawing the male organ from the vagina before the completion of the embrace. But when man brings to the marriage bed so vile a nature that he can repeatedly and constantly perpetrate such an outrage upon nature's most precious gifts, he places himself at once beyond the desert of human sympathy. Just imagine, if you please, man and woman in the act of cohabitation, their brain reeling under the powerful stimulus of that all-pervading passion, the heart's action increased to a high state of intensity, the whole system with all the energy it is capable of exciting, getting ready for that great act of reproduction. And just as the act is about to be completed, when the soul of the man can almost feel and grasp that of the woman, the evil genius of lust, being more of a fool than a knave, must dash to the ground the chalice filled with ambrosia of purest bliss, if tasted with a pure lip, must turn into the vilest poison the sweetest and holiest gift of nature to man. Why, I have wondered long and often that man could sink so low, be so foolish. Just conceive of the intensity of such a shock upon the system, and then have this repeated time after time, year after year. Why, they are married who never once, in all their married life, completely and unreservedly finished the act of cohabitation. No wonder that nervousness, peevishness, and all kinds of distempers show themselves. No wonder we get spermatoria and impotence in the male, and a perfect host of troubles, insanity included in the woman. No wonder homes are broken up and human lives made desolate. End of chapter 3 by J. T. Kent.
The late Srinivasa Ramanujan by E. H. Neville. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2019. The late Srinivasa Ramanujan, from Nature, Volume 106, January 20th, 1921. In the notice contributed to the issue of Nature for June 17 last, Professor Hardy was unable to give any account of the late Srinivasa Ramanujan's early life, and made no attempt to describe his appearance or character. The June number of the Journal of the Indian Mathematical Society has memorial articles by Professor P. V. Seshu Iyer of Madras and Devan Bahadur Ramachandra Rao, and the first of these gives biographical details that have not hitherto been published in England. Ramanujan was born at Erode on December 22, 1887. Footnote. This is the year given by Seshu Iyer, and the date is consistent with the undisputed statements that Ramanujan was 26 when he came to England and 32 when he died. I have no doubt that the date 1888 commonly given is due to a natural misinference from these last figures. End footnote. His mother, a shrewd and cultured lady who is still alive, was the daughter of a government official at Erode, his father a cloth merchant's accountant at Kumbakonam, and it was in the latter town that his boyhood was spent. As is usual with Brahmin boys, he was sent to school at the age of 5. Before he was 7, he was transferred to the town high school, and there he remained until 1904, leading an inactive life and building an astounding edifice of analytical knowledge and discovery on the foundation of Carr's Synopsis of Pure Mathematics, the only book on higher mathematics to which he had access. Having matriculated already in 1903, he went from the town school to the government college at Kumbakonam, but in January 1905 his progress was stopped, and a scholarship on which he was dependent forfeited, owing to a weakness in English, of which those who recall his fluency and the range of his vocabulary in later life will be surprised to learn. Of Ramanujan's next few years, no clear account has come to my notice. After a stay at Vaisagapatam, he joined the Paichayapa's college at Madras, but, failing in his first examination, he gave up the idea of taking a university course. A nomadic period during which his own researches progressed came to an end in the summer of 1909, when he married, and returned to Madras in search of permanent employment. There, Professor Seshu Iyer, who had seen something of him at Kumbakonam in 1904, gave him a letter of introduction to Mr. Ramachandra Rao, at that time district collector at Nellore. Possibly, Ramanujan was too timid to make direct use of the letter. Mr. Rao's story follows in his own words. Several years ago, a nephew of mine, perfectly innocent of mathematical knowledge, spoke to me. "Uncle, I have a visitor who talks of mathematics. I do not understand him. Can you see if there is anything in his talk?" And in the plenitude of my mathematical wisdom, I condescended to permit Ramanujan to walk into my presence. A short, uncouth figure, stout, unshaved, not over clean, with one conspicuous feature, shining eyes, walked in, with a frayed notebook under his arm. He was miserably poor. He had run away from Kumbakonam to get leisure in Madras to pursue his studies. He never craved for any distinction. He wanted leisure, in other words, simple food to be provided for him without exertion on his part, and that he should be allowed to dream on. He opened his notebook and began to explain some of his discoveries. I saw quite at once that there was something out of the way, but my knowledge did not permit me to judge whether he talked sense or nonsense. Suspending judgment, I asked him to come over again. And he did. And then he had gauged my ignorance and showed me some of his simpler results. These transcended existing books, and I had no doubt that he was a remarkable man. Then, step by step, he led me to elliptic integrals and hypergeometric series, and at last his theory of divergent series, not yet announced to the world, converted me. I asked him what he wanted. He said he just wanted a pittance to live on so that he might pursue his researches. It is a matter of considerable pride to me that I was in some way useful to this remarkable genius in his earlier days. In a year's time I introduced him to Sir Francis Spring, the president of the Madras Port Trust, who gave him a sinecure post in his office. The last two sentences conceal that, throughout the interval of a year, not only was Mr. Rao trying to find some scholarship for which Ramanujan's original work might qualify him in spite of failure in examinations, but he was also maintaining Ramanujan in Madras at his own expense. At the Port Trust, Ramanujan remained until Dr. G.T. Walker, on an official visit to Madras, was made acquainted with his history and joined forces with Sir Francis Spring. Their combined attack on the university and the government of Madras resulted in the creation of a research studentship, which was of sufficient value to set him wholly free, and secured him access to the lectures and the library of the university. He was in possession of this studentship when I met him in 1914. To Professor Hardy's account of his correspondence and my intervention I have little to add. My task was an easier one than I anticipated. From the government and the University of Madras I had every encouragement. On the other hand, Ramanujan was ready to put complete confidence in me, simply because to him and his friends I came from outside the official machine. The only cold water was thrown from the India office in London, but my efforts had succeeded before this reached Madras. Throughout his life, Ramanujan kept religiously to a diet of vegetables, fruit, and rice, and in England, outside his own rooms, food and clothing were a continual trial to him. I have known him ask with unaffected apologies if he might make his meal of bread and jam, because the vegetables offered to him were novel and unpalatable, and with a pathetic confidence he has appealed to me for advice under the discomforts of shoes and trousers. His figure was short, and until his health gave way, it was stout. His skin, never of the darkest, grew paler during his stay in England. His head gave the impression, which photographs show to have been false, of broadening below the ears, which were small. His face was clean-shaven, with a broad nose and a high forehead, and always his shining eyes were the conspicuous feature that Mr. Rao observed them to be in 1910. Ramanujan walked stiffly, with head erect, and his arms, unless he was talking, held clear of his body, with hands open and palms downward. In conversation he became animated, and gesticulated vividly with his slender fingers. He had a fund of stories, and such was his enjoyment in telling a joke that often his words struggled incomprehensible through the laughter with which he anticipated the climax of a narrative. He had serious interests outside mathematics. He was always ready to discuss whatever in philosophy or politics had last caught his attention, and Indians speak with admiration of a mysticism of which his English friends understood little. Perfect in manners, simple in manner, resigned in trouble and unspoilt by renown, grateful to a fault and devoted beyond measure to his friends, Ramanujan was a lovable man as well as a great mathematician. By his death I have suffered a personal loss, but I do not feel that his coming to England is to be regretted even for his own sake. Professor Hardy speaks of disaster because of the hopes he entertained. If he pictures Ramanujan as he might have been throughout a long life, tormented by a lonely genius, unable to establish effective contact with any mathematicians of his own class, wasted in the study of problems elsewhere solved, Professor Hardy must agree that the tragedy averted was the greater. Shortly before he left England, at a time of great depression, Ramanujan told me that he never doubted that he did well to come, and I believe that he would have chosen, as he did in Madras in 1914, even had he known that the choice was the choice of Achilles. E. H. Neville, University College, Reading, December 7th. End of The Late Srinivasa Ramanujan by E. H. Neville. Obituary of Srinivasa Ramanujan by G. H. Hardy. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in July 2019. Obituary. Srinivasa Ramanujan, Fellow of the Royal Society. Srinivasa Ramanujan, whose death was announced in Nature of June 3rd, was born in 1888 in the neighborhood of Madras, the son of poor parents and a Brahmin by case. I know very little of his early history or education, but he became a student in Madras University and passed certain examinations, though he did not complete the course for a degree. Later he was employed by the Madras Port Trust as a clerk at a salary equivalent to about £25 a year. By this time, however, reports of his unusual abilities had begun to spread, and, I believe owing to the intervention of Dr. G. T. Walker, he obtained a small scholarship which relieved him from the necessity of office work and set him free for research. I first heard of Ramanujan in 1913. The first letter which he sent me was certainly the most remarkable that I have ever received. There was a short personal introduction, written, as he told me later, by a friend. The body of the letter consisted of the enunciations of 100 or more mathematical theorems. Some of the formulae were familiar, and others seemed scarcely possible to believe. A few, concerning the distribution of primes, could be said to be definitely false. There were no proofs, and the explanations were often inadequate. In many cases, too, some curious specialization of a constant or a parameter made the real meaning of a formula difficult to grasp. It was natural enough that Ramanujan should feel a little hesitation in giving away his secrets to a mathematician of an alien race. Whatever reservations had to be made, one thing was obvious, that the writer was a mathematician of the highest quality, a man of altogether exceptional originality and power. It seemed plain, too, that Ramanujan ought to come to England. There was no difficulty in securing the necessary funds, his own university and Trinity College, Cambridge, meeting an unusual situation with admirable generosity and imagination. The difficulties of caste and religion were more serious, but, owing to the enterprise of Professor E. H. Neville, who happened fortunately to be lecturing in Madras in the winter of 1913-1914, these difficulties were ultimately overcome, and Ramanujan arrived in England in April 1914. The experiment has ended in disaster, for after 3 years in England, Ramanujan contracted the illness from which he never recovered. But for these 3 years it was a triumphant success. In a really comfortable position for the first time in his life, with complete leisure assured to him, and in contact with mathematicians of the modern school, Ramanujan developed rapidly. He published some 20 papers, which, even in wartime, attracted wide attention. In the spring of 1918, he became the first Indian Fellow of the Royal Society, and in the autumn the first Indian Fellow of Trinity. Madras University endowed him with a research studentship in addition, and early in 1919, still unwell but apparently considerably better, he returned to India. It was difficult to get news from him, but I heard at intervals. He appeared to be working actively again, and I was quite unprepared for the news of his death. Ramanujan's activities lay primarily in fields known only to a small minority, even among pure mathematicians, the applications of elliptic functions to the theory of numbers, the theory of continued fractions, and perhaps above all the theory of partitions. His insight into formulae was quite amazing, and altogether beyond anything I have met with in any European mathematician. It is perhaps useless to speculate as to his history had he been introduced to modern ideas and methods at 16 instead of at 26. It is not extravagant to suppose that he might have become the greatest mathematician of his time. What he did, actually, is wonderful enough. 20 years hence, when the researches which his work has suggested have been completed, it will probably seem a good deal more wonderful than it does today. G. H. Hardy. End of Obituary of Srinivasa Ramanujan, Fellow of the Royal Society, by G. H. Hardy. From Nature, June 17, 1920.
Guide to the Kindergarten and Intermediate Class and Moral Culture of Infancy by Elizabeth P. Peabody and Mary Mann. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Guide to the Kindergarten and Intermediate Class and Moral Culture of Infancy by Elizabeth P. Peabody and Mary Mann. Chapter 9, Geometry. Reverend Dr. Hill, the present president of Harvard College, in his article in Dr. Bernard's Journal of Education, has set forth the importance of geometry in the earliest education, giving the science of form precedence to that of numbers. Of course, he does not mean that logical demonstration is to form one of the exercises of little children, but that observation of differences and resemblances of shape and the combination of forms should be inwoven with the amusements of children. He invented a toy on the principle of the Chinese tanagram, published by Hickling, Swan and Company in Boston, to further an exercise which begins in the cradle with the examination of the hands and feet. The blocks are the first materials. Take the cube and ask how many faces it has, how many corners, and whether one face is larger than the other or equal. And finally, lead the child to describe a cube as a solid figure with 6 equal sides and 8 corners. Then take a solid triangle from the box and draw out by questions that it has 5 sides and 6 corners, that 3 of its sides are equal and 2 others equal, that the 3 larger sides are 4-sided and the 2 smaller sides are 3-sided, and that the corners are sharper than those of a cube. Make analogous use of all the blocks and of the furniture of the room, of the sphere and its parts, the cylinder, etc. Do not require the definition formulas at first, but content yourself with opening the child's eyes to the facts which the formula afterwards shall declare. Paper folding can be made subservient to another step, just short of abstraction. Given each one of a class a square piece of paper, and proceed thus. What is the shape of this paper? How many sides has it? Which is the longest side? How many corners has it? Have, in hand, already cut several acute and obtruse angles triangles, and showing them, ask if the corners of the square are like these corners, if they are as sharp as some of them, or as blunt as some. Spreading out the triangle before them, say, which is the sharpest corner, and which is the bluntest, and let the children compare them with the corners of the square by laying them upon the square. They will see that the square corners are neither blunt nor sharp, but as they will perhaps say, straight. Let them look round the room and on the furniture and window sashes. Find these several kinds of corners. At least they can always find right angles in the furniture. Then tell them there is another word for corners, namely angles, that a square corner is a right angle, a sharp corner a sharp angle, and a blunt corner a blunt angle. If the teacher chooses, she can go farther and tell them that acute is another word for sharp and obtuse another word for blunt. Or these 2 Latin words may be differed, till, by and by, one new word, angle, being enough to begin with. You can then say, now tell me how you describe a square, supposing someone should ask that did not know, and give them more or less help to say, a square is a figure with 4 equal sides and 4 straight corners or right angles. To prove to them that it is necessary to mention the right angles in describing a square, you can make a rhombus and show them its different shape with its acute and obtuse angles. Having thus exhausted the description of a square, let every one double up his square and so get an oblong. Ask if this is a square. What is it? How does it differ from a square? Are all four sides different from each other? Which sides are alike? How are the corners or angles? In what, then, is it like a square? In what does it differ? Bring out from the child at last the description of an oblong as a four-sided figure with straight corners or right angles and its opposite sides equal. Contrast it with some parallelogram, which is not a rectangle, and which you must have already. Let them now fold their oblongs again and crease the folds, then ask them to unfold and say what they have, and they will find four squares. Ask them if every square can be folded so as to make two oblongs, and then if every oblong can be so divided as to make two squares. If they say yes to this last question, give them a shorter oblong, which you must have ready, and having made them notice that it is an oblong, by asking them to tell whether its opposite sides are equal and its angles right angles, ask them to fold it and see if it will make two squares. They will see that it will not. Then ask them if all oblongs are of the same shape, and then if all squares are of the same shape. The above foldings will be enough for a lesson, and if the children are small, it will be enough for 2 lessons. Beginning the next time, ask them what is the difference between an oblong and square, and if they have forgotten, do not tell them in words, but give them square papers and let them learn it over again as before, by their own observations. Then give them again square pieces of paper, and ask them to join the opposite corners and crease a fold diagonally, but do not use the word diagonally. Then ask them what shape they have got. They will reply a 3-sided figure. Ask them how many corners or angles it has, and then tell them that on account of its being 3-cornered, it is called a triangle. Now let them compare the angles, and they will find that there is 1 straight corner, right angle, and 2 sharp corners, acute angles. Ask them if the sides are equal, and they will find that 2 sides are equal and the other side longer. Set up the triangle on its base, so that the equal sides may be in the attitude of the outstretched legs of a man. Call their attention to this by a question, and then say, on account of this shape, this triangle is called equal-legged as well as right-angled, a right-angled, equal-legged triangle. By giving them examples to compare it with, you can demonstrate to them that all right-angled triangles are not equal-legged, and all equal-legged triangles are not right-angled. Show them an equal-legged right-angled triangle, an equal-legged acute-angled triangle, and an equal-legged obtuse-angled triangle, and this discrimination will be obvious. The word isosceles can be introduced if the teacher thinks best, but I keep off the Greek and Latin terms as long as possible. Now tell the children to put together the other 2 corners of their triangles, laying the sharp corners on each other and crossing the fold. On folding their papers they will find 4 right-angled, equal-legged triangles creased upon their square paper. Are all these of the same shape and of the same size? Now fold the unfolded square into oblongs and make a crease, and they will find, on unfolding again, that they have 6 isosceles triangles, 2 of them being twice as large as any one of the other 4. Ask, are all these triangles of equal size? Are all of them similar in shape? Leading them to discriminate the use in geometry of the words equal and similar. Can triangles be large and small without altering the shape? Then similar and equal mean differently. Are all squares similar? Are all squares equal? Are all triangles equal? Are all triangles similar? What is the difference between a square and an oblong? What is the difference between a square and a triangle? What is the difference between a square and a rhombus? What kind of corners has a rhombus? In what is a square like a rhombus? How do you describe a triangle? What is the name of the triangles you have learned about? They will answer right-angled, equal-legged triangles. Then give them each a hexagon and ask them what kind of corners it has, whether any one is more blunt than another, whether any side is greater than another. How many sides has it? And then draw out from them that a hexagon is a figure of 6 equal sides, with 6 obtuse angles, just equal to each other in their obtuseness. Having done this, direct the folding till they have divided the hexagon into 6 triangles, meeting at the centre. Ask them if these are right-angled triangles, and if they hesitate, give them a square to measure with. Then ask them if they are equal-legged isosceles triangles. They may say yes, in which case reply yes. And more than equal-legged, they are equal-sided. All 3 sides are equal, and so they have a different name. They are called equilateral. Ask, what is the difference between equilateral and isosceles? If you have given them these names, and help them, if necessary, to the answer. Equilateral triangles have all the sides equal. Isosceles triangles have only 2 sides equal. Are equilateral triangles all similar, that is, of the same shape? are isosceles triangles all similar? And if they hesitate or say yes, show 2 isosceles triangles, one with the third side shorter and one with it longer than the other 2 sides. Now give to each child a square and tell them to fold it so as to make 2 equal triangles, then to unfold it and fold it into 2 equal oblongs. Unfold it again, and there will be seen between the triangles 2 other figures, which are neither squares, oblongs, or triangles, but a 4-sided figure, of which no 2 sides are equal, and only 2 sides are parallel, with 2 right angles, 1 obtuse, and 1 acute angle. Let all this be brought out of the children by questions. As there is no common name for this figure, name it trapezoid at once. Then let them fold the paper to make 2 parallelograms at right angles with the first 2, and they will have 2 equal squares and 4 equal isosceles triangles, which are equal to the 2 squares. Now fold the paper into 2 triangles, and you will have 8 triangles meeting in the centre by their vertices, all of which are right-angled and equal-legged. Ask them if they are equal-sided, so as to keep them very clear of confounding the isosceles with the equilateral, but use the English terms as often as the Latin and Greek, for the vernacular keeps the mind awake, while the foreign, technical, puts it into a passiveness more or less sleepy. Then give all the children octagons, and bring out from them its description by sides and angles, and then fold it so as to make 8 isosceles triangles. Another thing that can be taught by paper folding is to divide polygons, regular or irregular, into triangles, and thus let them learn that every polygon contains as many triangles as it has sides, less 2. Portions can also be taught by letting them cut off triangles, similar in shape to the holes, by creasing parallel to the base. Grand's plane geometry will help a teacher to lessons of proportion, and can be almost wholly taught by this paper folding. Also Professor Davies' descriptive geometry and Hayes' symmetrical drawing. Of course it will take a teacher who is familiar with geometry to do all that may be done by this amusement, to habituate the mind to consider and compare forms and their relations to each other. Exercises on folding circles can be added. It would take a volume to exhaust the subject. Enough has been said to give an idea to a capable teacher. Care must be taken that the consideration should be always of concrete, not of abstract forms. Mr. Hill says his first lessons in geometry were the amusements of his son of 5 years old. Pascal and Professor Peirce found out such amusements for themselves, which had the high end of preparing them for their great attainments in logical geometry. Sometimes surprising applications of geometry, thus practically appreciated, will be made by very small people. A boy of 8 years old, with whom I read over Mr. Hill's Geometry for Beginners for his amusement, in 2 months after invented a self-moving carriage for his sister's dolly that would give it a ride of 10 feet. A neighbouring carpenter made it from his drafted model. End of Chapter 9, Geometry, by Elizabeth P. Peabody and Mary Mann.
That the treasure of wisdom is chiefly contained in books. From the Love of Books, the Philobiblon of Richard de Bury, translated into English by E.C. Thomas. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The desirable treasure of wisdom and science, which all men desire by an instinct of nature, infinitely surpasses all the riches of the world, in respect of which precious stones are worthless, in comparison with which silver is as clay and pure gold is as a little sand, at whose splendor the sun and moon are dark to look upon, compared with whose marvelous sweetness honey and manna are bitter to the taste. O value of wisdom that fadeth not away with time, virtue ever flourishing, that cleanseth its possessor from all venom. O heavenly gift of the divine bounty, descending from the Father of lights, that thou mayest exalt the rational soul to the very heavens. Thou art the celestial nourishment of the intellect, which those who eat shall still hunger, and those who drink shall still thirst, and the gladdening harmony of the languishing soul, which he that hears shall never be confounded. Thou art the moderator and rule of morals, which he who follows shall not sin. By thee kings reign and princes decree justice. By thee, rid of their native rudeness, their minds and tongues being polished, the thorns of vice being torn up by the roots, those men attain high places of honor, and become fathers of their country, and companions of princes, who without thee would have melted their spears into pruning hooks and plowshares, or would perhaps be feeding swine with the prodigal. Where dost thou chiefly lie hidden, O most elect treasure, and where shall thirsting souls discover thee? Certes, thou hast placed thy tabernacle in books, where the Most High, the Light of Lights, the Book of Life, has established thee. There every one who asks receiveth thee, and every one who seeks finds thee, and to every one that knocketh boldly it is speedily opened. Therein the cherubim spread out their wings, and the intellect of the students may ascend and look from pole to pole, from the east and west, from the north and from the south. Therein the mighty and incomprehensible God himself is apprehensively contained and worshipped. Therein is revealed the nature of things, celestial, terrestrial, and infernal. Therein are discerned the laws by which every state is administered. The offices of the celestial hierarchy are distinguished, and the tyrannies of demons described, such as neither the ideas of Plato transcend, nor the chair of Crato contained. In books I find the dead as if they were alive. In books I foresee things to come. In books warlike affairs are set forth. From books come forth the laws of peace. All things are corrupted and decay in time. Saturn ceases not to devour the children that he generates. All the glory of the world would be buried in oblivion, unless God had provided mortals with the remedy of books. Alexander, the conqueror of the earth, Julius, the invader of Rome and of the world, who the first in war and arts, assume universal empire under his single rule. Faithful Fabricius and stern Cato would now have been unknown to fame if the aid of books had been wanting. Towers have been razed to the ground, cities have been overthrown, triumphal arches have perished from decay. Nor can either pope or king find any means of more easily conferring the privilege of perpetuity than by books. The book that he has made renders its author this service in return, that so long as the book survives, the author remains immortal and cannot die. As Ptolemy declares in the prologue to his Almagest, he is not dead, he says, who has given life to science. Who therefore will limit by anything of another kind the price of the infinite treasure of books, from which the scribe who is instructed bringeth forth new things and old? Truth that triumphs over all things, which overcomes the king, wine, and women, which it is reckoned wholly to honor before friendship, which is the way without turning and the life without end, which holy Boethius considers to be threefold in thought, speech, and writing, seems to remain more usefully and to fructify to greater profit in books. For the meaning of the voice perishes with the sound. Truth latent in the mind is wisdom that is hid, and treasure that is not seen. But truth which shines forth in books desires to manifest itself to every impressionable sense. It commends itself to the sight when it is read, to the hearing when it is heard, and moreover in a manner to the touch when it suffers itself to be transcribed, bound, corrected, and preserved. The undisclosed truth of the mind, although it is the possession of the noble soul, yet because it lacks a companion, is not certainly known to be delightful, while neither sight nor hearing takes account of it. Further, the truth of the voice is patent only to the ear and eludes the sight, which reveals to us more of the quality of things, and linked with the subtlest of motions, begins and perishes, as it were in a breath. But the written truth of books, not transient but permanent, plainly offers itself to be observed, and by means of the pervious spherules of the eyes, passing through the vestibule of perception and the courts of imagination, enters the chamber of intellect, taking its place in the couch of memory, where it engenders the eternal truth of the mind. Finally, we must consider what pleasantness of teaching there is in books, how easy, how secret, How safely we lay bare the poverty of human ignorance to books without feeling any shame. They are masters who instruct us without rod or ferule, without angry words, without clothes or money. If you come to them, they are not asleep. If you ask and inquire of them, they do not withdraw themselves. They do not chide if you make mistakes. They do not laugh at you if you are ignorant. O books, who alone are liberal and free, who give to all who ask of you, and enfranchise all who serve you faithfully. By how many thousand types are thee commended to learned men in the Scriptures given us by inspiration of God? For thee are the minds of profoundest wisdom, to which the wise man sends his son, that he may dig out treasures. Proverbs 2. Thee are the wells of living waters, which Father Abraham first digged, Isaac digged again, and which the Philistines strive to fill up. Genesis 26. Ye are indeed the most delightful ears of corn, full of grain, to be rubbed only by apostolic hands, that the sweetest foods may be produced for hungry souls. Matthew 12. Thee are the golden pots in which manna is stored, and rocks flowing with honey, nay, combs of honey, most plenteous, utters of the milk of life, garners ever full. Thee are the tree of life, and the fourfold river of paradise, by which the human mind is nourished, and the thirsty intellect is watered and refreshed. Thee are the ark of Noah, and the ladder of Jacob, and the troughs by which the young of those who look therein are colored. Thee are the stones of testimony, and the pitchers holding the lamps of Gideon, the script of David, from which the smoothest stones are taken for the slaying of Goliath. Thee are the golden vessels of the temple, the arms of the soldiers of the church, with which to quench all the fiery darts of the wicked. Fruitful olives, vines of Engani, fig trees that are never barren, burning lamps always to be held in readiness, and all the noblest comparisons of Scripture may be applied to books, if we choose to speak in figures. End of That the Treasure of Wisdom is chiefly contained in books, by Richard de Bury.
The Titanic by Albert Hubbard. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Titanic. It is a night of 1,000 stars. The date, Sunday, April 14, 1912. The time, 11:20 p.m. The place, off Cape Race, that cemetery of the sea. Suddenly a silence comes. The engines have stopped. The great iron heart of the ship has ceased to beat. Such a silence is always ominous to those who go down to the sea in ships. The engines have stopped. Eyes peer, ears listen, startled minds wait. A half-minute goes by. Then the great ship groans as her keel grates and grinds. She reels, rocks, struggles as if to free herself from a titanic grasp, and as she rights herself, people standing lose their center of gravity. Not a shock, only about the same sensation that one feels when the ferry boat slides into her landing slip with a somewhat hasty hand at the wheel. On board the ferry, we know what has happened. Here we do not. An iceberg, someone cries. The word is passed along. Only an iceberg, barely grated it, sideswiped it, that is all. Aha! The few on deck, and some of those in cabins peering out of portholes, see a great white mass go gliding by. A shower of broken ice has covered the decks. Passengers pick up specimens for souvenirs to carry home, they laughingly say. 5 minutes pass. The engines start again, but only for an instant. Again the steam is shut off. Then the siren whistles cleave and saw the frosty air. Silence and the sirens. Alarm, but no tumult. But why blow the whistles when there is no fog? The cold is piercing. Some who have come up on deck return to their cabins for wraps and overcoats. The men laugh, and a few nervously smoke. It is a cold, clear night of stars. There is no moon. The sea is smooth as a summer pond. The great towering iceberg that loomed above the topmost mast has done its work, gone on, disappeared, piloted by its partners, the darkness and the night. There was no iceberg. You only imagined it, a man declares. Go back to bed. There is no danger. This ship cannot sink anyway, says the managing director of the company. In a lull of the screaming siren, a hoarse voice is heard calling through a megaphone from the bridge. Man the lifeboats, women and children first. It sounds just like a play, says Henry Harris to Major Buck. Stewards and waiters are giving out life preservers and showing passengers how to put them on. There is laughter, a little hysteric. I want my clothes made to order, a woman protests. An outrageous fit. Give me a man's size. The order of the captain on the bridge is repeated by other officers. Man the lifeboats. Women and children first. It's a boat drill, that's all. A precautionary measure. We'll be going ahead soon, says George Widener to his wife in reassuring tones as he holds her hand. Women are loath to get into the boats. Officers, not over gently, seize them and half lift and push them in. Children, crying and some half asleep, are passed over into the boats. Mother arms reach out and take the little ones. Parentage and ownership are lost sight of. Some boats are only half filled, so slow are the women to believe that rescue is necessary. The boats are lowered awkwardly, for there has never been a boat drill, and assignments are being made haphazard. A sudden little tilt of the deck hastens the proceeding. The bows of the ship are settling. There is a very perceptible list to starboard. An Englishman, tired and blasé, comes out of the smoking-room, having just ceased a card game. He very deliberately approaches an officer who is loading women and children into a lifeboat. The globe-trotting Briton is filling his pipe. I see, officer. You know, what seems to be the matter with this bloomin' craft, you know? Fool, roars the officer. The ship is sinking. Well, says the gentleman, as he strikes a match on the rail. Well, you know, if she is sinking, just let her down a little easy, you know. John Jacob Astor half forces his wife into the boat. She submits, but much against her will. He climbs over and takes a seat beside her in the lifeboat. It is a ruse to get her in. He kisses her tenderly, stands up, steps lightly out, and gives his place to a woman. Lower away, calls the officer. Wait! Here is a boy. His mother is in there. Lower away, calls the officer. There is no more room. Colonel Astor steps back. George Widener tosses him a woman's hat picked up from the deck. Colonel Astor jams the hat on the boy's head, takes the lad up in his arms, runs to the rail and calls, You won't leave this little girl, will you? Drop her into the boat, shouts the officer. The child drops into friendly hands as the boat is lowered. Astor turns to Widener and laughingly says, Well, we put one over on 'em that time. I'll meet you in New York, calls Colonel Astor to his wife as the boat pulls off. He lights a cigarette and passes the silver case and a matchbox along to the other men. A man runs back to his cabin to get a box of money and jewels. The box is worth $300,000. The man changes his mind and gets 3 oranges and gives 1 orange each to 3 children as they are lifted into safety. As a lifeboat is being lowered, Mr. and Mrs. Isidore Strauss come running with arms full of blankets brought from their stateroom. They throw the bedding to the people in the boat. "Help that woman in," shouts an officer. 2 sailors seize Mrs. Strauss. She struggles, frees herself, and proudly says, "Not I. I will not leave my husband." Mr. Strauss insists quietly and gently that she shall go. He will follow later. But Mrs. Strauss is firm. "All these years we have traveled together, and shall we part now? No, our fate is one." She smiles a quiet smile, and pushes aside the hand of Major Butt, who has ordered the sailors to leave her alone. "We will help you, Mr. Strauss and I. Come. It is the law of the sea. Women and children first. Come," said Major Butt. "No, Major, you do not understand. I remain with my husband. We are one, no matter what comes. You do not understand. See," she cried, as if to change the subject, "there is a woman getting in the lifeboat with her baby. She has no wraps." Mrs. Strauss tears off her fur-lined robe and places it tenderly around the woman and the innocently sleeping babe. William T. Stead, grim, hatless, with furrowed face, stands with an iron bar in hand as a lifeboat is lowered. "Those men in the steerage, I fear, will make a rush. They will swamp the boats." Major Butt draws his revolver. He looks toward the crowded steerage. Then he puts the revolver back into his pocket, smiles. "No, they know we will save their women and children as quickly as we will our own." Mr. Stead tosses the iron bar into the sea. He goes to the people crowding the afterdeck. They speak a polyglot language. They cry, they pray, they supplicate, they kiss each other in frenzied grief. John B. Thayer, George Widener, Henry Harris, Benjamin Guggenheim, Charles M. Hayes, Mr. and Mrs. Strauss, move among these people, talk to them and try to reassure them. There are other women besides Mrs. Strauss who will not leave their husbands. These women clasp each other's hands. They smile. They understand. Mr. Guggenheim and his secretary are in full dress. "If we are going to call on Neptune, we will go dressed as gentlemen," they laughingly say. The ship is slowly settling by the head. The forward deck is below the water. The decks are at a vicious angle. The icy waters are full of struggling people. Those still on the ship climb up from deck to deck. The dark waters follow them, angry, jealous, savage, relentless. The decks are almost perpendicular. The people hang by the rails. A terrific explosion occurs. The ship's boilers have burst. The last lights go out. The great iron monster slips, slides, gently glides, surely, down, down, down into the sea. Where once the great ship proudly floated, there is now a mass of wreckage, the dead, the dying, and the great black, all-enfolding night. Overhead, the 1,000 stars shine with a brightness unaccustomed. The Strausses, Stead, Astor, Butt, Harris, Thayer, Widener, Guggenheim, Hayes. I thought I knew you, just because I had seen you, realized somewhat of your able qualities, looked into your eyes and pressed your hands, but I did not guess your greatness. You are now beyond the reach of praise. Flattery touches you not. Words for you are vain. Medals for heroism, how cheap the gilt, how paltry the pewter. You are beyond our praise or blame. We reach out, we do not touch you. We call, but you do not hear. Words unkind, ill-considered, were sometimes flung at you, Colonel Astor, in your lifetime. We admit your handicap of wealth, pity you for the accident of birth. But we congratulate you, that as your mouth was stopped with the brine of the sea, so you stop the mouths of the carpers and critics with the dust of the tomb. If any think unkindly of you now, be he priest or plebeian, let it be with finger to his lips and a look of shame into his own dark heart. Also, shall we not write a postscript to that booklet on cigarettes? Charles M. Hayes, you who made life safe for travelers on shore, yet you were caught in a sea trap, which, had you been manager of that transatlantic line, would never have been set, baited as it was with human lives. You placed safety above speed. You fastened your faith to utilities, not futilities. You and John B. Thayer would have had a searchlight and used it in the danger zone so as to have located an iceberg 5 miles away. You would have filled the space occupied by that silly plunge bath, how ironic the thing, with 100 collapsible boats and nests of dories. You, Hayes and Thayer, believed in other men. You trusted them. This time they failed you. We pity them, not you. And Mr. and Mrs. Strauss, I envy you that legacy of love and loyalty left to your children and grandchildren. The calm courage that was yours all your long and useful career was your possession in death. You knew how to do 3 great things. You knew how to live, how to love, and how to die. Archie Butt, the gloss and glitter on your spangled uniform were pure gold. I always suspected it. You tucked the ladies in the lifeboats as if they were going on an automobile ride. Give my regards to the folks at home, you gaily called as you lifted your hat and stepped back on the doomed deck. You died the gallant gentleman that you were. You helped preserve the old English tradition, women and children first. All America is proud of you. Guggenheim, Widener, and Harris, you were unfortunate in life in having more money than we had. That is why we wrote things about you and printed them in black and red. If you were sports, you were game to the last, cheerful losers, and all such are winners. As your souls play hide and seek with sirens and dance with the naiads, you have lost interest in us. But our hearts are with you still. You showed us how death and danger put all on a parity. The women in the steerage were your sisters, the men your brothers, and on the tablets of love and memory we have graved your names. William T. Stead, you were a writer, a thinker, a speaker, a doer of the word. You proved your case, sealed the brief with your heart's blood, and as your bearded face looked in admiration for the last time up at the twinkling shining stars, God in pardonable pride said to Gabriel, "Here comes a man." And so all you I knew, and all that 1,000 and half 1,000 more I did not know, passed out of this earth life into the unknown upon the unforgetting tide. You were sacrificed to the greedy goddess of luxury and her consort, the demon of speed. Was it worth the while? Who shall say? The great lessons of life are learned only in blood and tears. Fate decreed that you should die for us. Happily, the world has passed forever from a time when it feels a sorrow for the dead. The dead are at rest. Their work is ended. They have drunk of the waters of Lethe, and these are rocked in the cradle of the deep. We kiss our hands to them and cry, "Hail and farewell, until we meet again." But for the living who wait for a footstep that will never come, and all those who listen for a voice that will never more be heard, our hearts go out in tenderness, love, and sympathy. These dead have not lived and died in vain. They have brought us all a little nearer together. We think better of our kind. One thing sure, there are just 2 respectable ways to die. One is of old age, and the other is by accident. All disease is indecent. Suicide is atrocious. But to pass out, as did Mr. and Mrs. Isidor Straus, is glorious. Few have such a privilege. Happy lovers both. In life they were never separated, and in death they are not divided. End of The Titanic by Albert Hubbard. Read by Anita Sloma Martinez.